Hello everyone. How are y'all doing today? Hopefully well. Oh gosh, why is the sound going again? Maybe y'all don't hear it. Okay, good. Hello. Hey Bappy, hey Foxy. Yeah, stay hydrated everyone. I'm at least trying to as well. Oh, Mama Dodo's way too big. Yeah. Mama Slot is such a good name for this costume. Let's go. I was like, slot machine Mama Dodo? Gamble Mama Dodo? I don't know. Hold on, we're gonna make her a little small. I think it's because the other one was a little small, but this one is now way too big. I'll talk about it more tomorrow. But today, no, like special interaction or anything like that for today. But let's just say I did have something planned, and then I had to not do it. Not had to, but I chose to not do it. But yeah, for those that don't know, this is kind of like a indie, gritty kind of slot machine gambling kind of deal. So just for your forewarning, it has an outfit for literally everything. Pretty much, yeah. The canon is it's Mama Dodo in different universes. So we make a costume for all the different worlds in games that we play, and then there's a Mama Dodo for each of them. So, yeah, kinda. Mama Dodo Miku outfit. If you have the points for it, I do have a Mama Dodo costume redeem. But that is a really good idea. That is a really good idea, Foxy. Honestly. I mean, there isn't really any music. Let's see if we could get a little bit of music and stuff happening in the background as we kind of catch up. Oh. Well, we're just in it. Okay, that's also fine. Points for something? Ooh, what are you gonna save your points for? You know what? Don't tell me. Surprise me. I want to know, or I want to see what you have planned. All right. So, long story short, I've seen people play it. It looks really fun. I wanted to play it, so we're playing it. Yeah, that's about it. You know, you could maybe use. It's like just maybe perhaps. It, like puts fingers together. Shyly. Watch an hour video on it. Right. Okay. So no. Like it's fine. I was just wondering as far as like us catching up, if there was like music for the game that we could have in the background instead of the low hum. But the low hum is what we got, and that's what we're gonna rock with. All right. So, welcome. I hear you like to gamble. How'd they know? No need to panic. Here you can play and forget about the world outside. Oh boy, we need that. We need. Is this whimsy? Guys, is this the butterfly meme? Is this whimsy? Now, do you need me to explain things around here? Honestly, yeah. Alright, listen carefully. I won't repeat myself! This is where you deposit coins to earn. If you can't deposit enough coins within the given number of rounds, well, you'll find out. I'm assuming getting fired. At the end of every round, you'll earn interest based on your current deposit coins. Keep depositing to earn more. And if you deposit all the debt early, I'll reward you with 4 Clover tickets for every round left. Now, the slot machine. You'll decide how many spins to do for each round. At the end of each round, you will also receive 1 Clover ticket, even more in certain conditions. Remember to spin your Clover tickets to buy Lucky Charms. They improve the odds of surviving. The store restocks for free whenever you manage to deposit the required coins at the ATM. So it's not for free. You pay. It's like it's a car is free as long as you give us $30,000 for it. Well, I'm done talking. You won't remember all of it anyway. Interesting. What do you... Ooh, okay. This is where you can check your collections and stuff. Unlock while we're scoring a modified 7. Okay. Look at all this stuff that we can unlock. Oh, my completionist brain is on fire. Lovely. What about this? Oh. Hey, Scallion, how you doing? Credits, try Yellow Taxi, which is, I imagine, another game that they've played. And we have a key, which I saw what they did was take a leak, take a dump, maybe later. I want to know what this does. Oh my gosh! No! Oh! I don't have a warning for this! Why did we bottle our urine as a lucky charm? Do I want to do the other one? My curiosity is killing me. I think this is the same one as Bookshot Roulette. I think you're right. Oh. I got an achievement for that. I unlocked number 1. And I unlocked number 2. I don't think they're the same ones, but I see it. Okay. 1. During this round, all patterns with yellow symbols will trigger an additional time. All with non-yellow symbols will trigger an additional time. I like this shit. The number 2 one is just everything that's not yellow. Oh, that's crazy. It's kind of cool that it's like, oh, it rewards you for looking around. Hey, what's this? Oh, this is the... Oh, I love diegetic menus. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah. Okay. All right. Are y'all ready? Oh, we have 13, right? Okay, so if I'm understanding it correctly, okay, we'll do this one. All right. Let's go gambling. Okay, 3. Uh-huh. Okay. Ooh, let's go. Oh, okay, I don't need to pull it. I could just tap it. Okay. Okay, we got 25. All right, let's see here. What are these? So, triggers randomly at 15%. Luck plus 7 for the current spin. Discard after 9 activations. Okay. Chance for diamonds to have the golden modifier. Scoring a symbol with the modifier increases a symbol by its base value permanently plus 5. Ooh. That one seems really good. You should play Get Lucky by Daft Punk and throw the background for extra luck. Maybe. Charms with triggers randomly activate double more often. But that one works good with this one, but this one has limited usage. 20% for cherries to have the golden modifier. I kind of want to do this one. Let's buy this one. Let's do a diamond focused one. Because that seems good. Okay, so this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, what, this is 7? I'm banking that we're going to make 7. So what I want is we're going to get this one up to get our interest up. Like that. Now we get 3 instead of 2. Got 4! My god! It's like just to freak it out. It's just like absolutely nothing. Okay, wow. You know what they say about gambling? Lucky in love, unlucky gambling. Lucky. Oh. There we go, baby. That's all it takes. Oh, okay. So we're above a pit. Oh. continue to zoom out? What if I continue looking down? Oh, so the fear of falling is also on here. Hold on. We're going to add that. I saw the flashing warning, which was added last second, and now a fear of falling. There we go. Is now added as well. Gamble everything. The whole interest mechanic is giving me PTSD when I was in your final advisor. True. Alright, so with 4 there, honestly, let's do it early to get that extra so we can, because we have like 7 more pips to do, right? So let's go ahead and need to reach the amount of 200. By the way, the cost to play with slow motion increases after every deadline. Oh. Hello. Hello, hello. Welcome to Freddy Fazbear's. Okay, what's happening? I need to be there. Bells manifest more often. Okay. If you lose 100% of your money, but if you win, you get... yeah, you know what? True. Foxy saying truth. And gain an obsessive trait. Should I be on the left? It looks like there's a lot of stuff happening on the right side of the screen. Should I flip Mama Dodo? Let's see. If I did over here, right? And then I flip you. Transform. Why can't I flip you? Why can't I flip horizontal? Wait a minute. It won't let me flip? Why won't you let me flip? Flip. Flip, 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 flip. Mama Lotto is a perfect name for her. Like, we need to do... Okay, you know what? We'll just do like this while we go through this kind of stuff. Add obsessive trait. Every last pattern triggers 1 more time to a random lucky charm. To a lucky... Oh! Okay. Okay. I get it. So if we have like a really strong last, like a doubler, then we would be able to double the doubler. Okay. But, as I mentioned before, we already got, the diamond, like, thing before. So we're gonna get the diamonds manifest more often. There we go. You know I don't care about that. Well, why'd you ask then? I suppose that's a valid choice. You know what? I don't care. I don't like your tone. What am I zooming in on? What am I... Is this like an elevator? Do I have a fear of darkness? That... Interesting. If 666 is going to trigger, transform it into normal symbols, and then you have a 50% chance of discarding the charge. Symbols multiplier +1. Is that what the gold shiny thing is, maybe? Fear of Yo Mama? What about Yo Mama Dodo? Clovers manifest more often for the rest of the current deadline. 1 extra spin, then luck +4 for that spin. Honestly, I think fake coin kind of rules right now. And then I don't think I'm worried about 666 because 1, that's not even a thing yet. And then why is Springtrap in the vents? Because Springtrap is always in the vents. Let's re-roll once. What are you? Interest increases by 50% but decreases by 3% every round. 15% left. Discard this charm when bonus is 0. Sorry. Oh, triggered by red button. Diamonds manifest more often for the rest of the current deadline. We're going a diamond build. We're going on a diamond build. Let's go. Diamond, 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 diamond. Anyway. So what is this? Hold on. Meant for the rest of the current deadline. And it's the beginning of the deadline. Oh, perfect. So in that case, you know what? We're so confident. We're so confident, right? How confident are we, chat? So confident. So we need 14 left. So we're going to go ahead and... Yeah, to get our interest up. And then we're gonna hit this. We're gonna spin. And then we're gonna pull the lever. Let's go, gambler! Let's go, baby! Bells, that's what we want. Just kidding, haha. Let's go, gambler! We get an extra spin as well. Thank you, Lucky Coin. We literally can't lose. Oh, we can't keep going. Oh. Hell yeah. Look at that. Okay. Alright, cool. So we already can pretty much, we can make it. We can do it early if we so desire. But it's gonna get harder and harder. We could do it. Oh, hold on. We unlocked a car battery. Immediately restores all charges and all equipped lucky charge triggered by the red button. Sorry. I don't know why I've been doing that lately. I think, because we could keep playing, I don't think we need 8. I say we do one more round. There we go. We'll do one more round. Hannah is very... Who's Hannah? Wait a minute. Who's Hannah? Oh right, we have the diamond going. We have the button going. So in that case, we don't want to win the round early. Oh, don't act like I know Hannah Montana by first name basis. Let's go. So we want to keep this going. We're getting diamonds, but we're not getting enough diamonds. Got an extra spin. We don't get it. I was gonna say, there we are. There we are. Look at that. Oh, I don't even know what that was. Look at all those lemons. All right. Okay, so we have 2 more charges left on this one. That makes me wonder. It's like, because if we do it another time, so if we end it now, we get enough. Well, 4 tickets should be enough for whatever we're gonna get next, right? Hold on, let's see what we unlocked. Fortune Teller. 25% chance for the chain modifier to be applied to any symbol. Decreases by 5% at the end of every round. 25% left. Discard it. Scoring a symbol with this modifier increases the value of its pattern by the pattern's base value. Ooh. Interesting. So I think this is what we'll do instead. Instead of doing a full 7 spins, let's do a 3 spin here. That way, we're getting more tickets. And we're not... Oh. Oh. This is all you said on the phone. This reminds us what we're going to do on the phone. That's so good. Come on, we got this. Ooh. Okay. One more. Oh, that was bad. That was unfortunately bad. It's fine. Yeah, I also listened to the song Dragon. You did a good job. And also, like, for your first video, it was very well done. And boop. You can now encounter a pattern 666. If you score at the slot machine, you'll lose all your money earned that round. Oh. I wouldn't quit right now. Now, would you? You know what? I changed my mind again. I'm moving Mama Dodo to here because she really is blocking. Really? There is not a way? Oh, hold on. What if I did this? Mama Dodo will be right back. Boop, boop. Where is she? Hold on. Mama Dodo? Mama Dodo, where are you? There we go. There we are. Okay. There we go. I know she looks a little odd with it the other way around, but now she's at least not in the way. You know what I mean? Or do we want her facing the other direction on that side? I'll leave that up to y'all. My head hurts. Activate all other current phone abilities, then apply a devious trait. So we can get more of it at 666. I had to show one of my family members one of my songs. I had to lie that I didn't know the lyrics. I also showed them my favorite rap songs. I mean, yeah. Sometimes you're just like, yeah, no, what are those lyrics? That's weird. They say what now? Make 2 random Lucky Charms in your store free. Get your tickets to set your tickets to 0. Hold on. This doesn't take space. This just gives 4 off the rip. Discard after 12 activations. Oh, this is a green pepper. This one triggers more often. Is it just the gimmick of the why is the ending thing playing randomly? Oh, no. Whenever I keep switching back and forth for whatever reason, this sound keeps playing. I don't know what's making that happen. It has never done that before. But it's doing it. I'm gonna say halves the base chances to manifest clovers and bells permanently. Honestly, we want to get more diamonds, so reducing this is good. I'm tempted to activate both. No, let's do this. Hi, Ratty. How are you doing? Welcome to Gamba. All right. This one doesn't take space. It's going to be 2 for 4. We're going to take that. Neither of these. +1 for current spin. It's only 1. We'll take it. What is this? Okay, let's see what we got here. Let's see what we got here. Literally every single one. If somebody I know would found out about the site, I would be fired. That's why you don't share it. That's why you come up with alias for your rapper name, Foxy. Oh, it's DJ Ballad. They're like, what? Yeah, totally not me. What do you mean? Lemons, triggered by red button. 7s manifest more often. Okay, so we could have 7s and diamonds go up. Whenever 3+ mana trigger during a spin, you earn money equal to your current interest. That might be pretty good. Chance for your treasures to have golden modifier. I'm gonna say, let's do Lucky Cat. And then we sit on it. Yeah. Foxy the Fox. Yeah. This week has been busy. Oh, what have you been working on? Yeah, let's do start the round. Start. Oh, it has our things here. Ooh. Let's do more spins. Let's go. What is this? Interesting. Let me go. Okay. We're getting there. Question mark. Okay, all right. This one's a bit of a dud. This one's a bit of a dub, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. Outside of the release, there's not much unique stuff happening. Hell yeah, joining the LGBT board game society. Hell yeah. Yeah, good luck with the employment. Good luck, my friend. Let's hit the button. Let's do another 7. Hit the button. Oh, no, no, don't you dare. Actually, you know what? Do it. I dare you. Okay, a lot of cherries. Apparently, we wanted cherries. We're gonna eat so much fruit. Oh, we got a fruit basket? I need diamonds! What is this diamond? Stop trying to scare me. It's not gonna work. I'm unscarable. I know, right? It sounds like an awesome club. Oh, okay. We got lemon jackpot! Lemon jackpot! Man, if I had put anything into lemons, that would be pretty hype, not gonna lie. Let's go. Okay. Well. Alright. Okay, that's still going for this round, so let's go ahead and do... how much more? There we go. There we go. There we go. So we'll leave that there to get as much interest as possible. And we're going to do one more long round. Because we don't really need these for right now.
Let's go gambling.
And let's go! Yeah, listen. As all the friends that I have that belong to LGBTQ plus community, they, all of them love board games. So, there is definitely an overlap. Let's go! Here's all our diamonds. I was wondering what was going on. Let's go! Because they saw me in all the group chats for these clubs. It's fun messing with people. Oh. We got a chests. Yeah, the whole time it's like, oh, we thought it was for, you know, what we think it really is. Oh. 666, get out of here. Deadline is now. Alright, well, I mean, deadline is beep. You can have enough. You need to reach an amount of 2,200. Oh, we already met it. So let's see what this guy has something to say. How are things going? Add the gambler trait. Well, we are gambling. Ooh, Ratty, what are you gonna add? You add it to the blanket. Dino blanket. Micro patchy cephalosaurus. Ooh, is it like a pygmy patchy? Is that what that one is? Let's do, where is stream notes? Dino blanket. Micro patchy cephalus. Is it cephalosaurus or cephalosaurus? I thought it was cepha for whatever reason. But I could have been just saying it wrong. I say things wrong all the time, literally. That's really funny. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Ratty, we'll add it. No problem. To a lucky random chart do you have equipped? Gain 1 free restock every deadline. Okay, gambler trait is pretty good. Add the avid trait to the random lucky charm you have equipped. Lemons manifest more often. I'm gonna do gambler trait. 1 free reroll, especially later. I imagine that's gonna get really expensive. So, yeah. 1 free reroll. Okay, so no. Treasures manifest more often. No. During a round, all patterns with non-yellow symbols will trigger an additional time. Number 2. The poop. The holy poop. 2 spins per round. Ooh. How much do we have left? 2? Yeah. Yeah. Alright. What was this one again? They do additional time? Okay. Then in that case, we're going to go ahead and get... Oh, well, first, before we get started... There we go. Have that up and ready to go. And then we... Oh boy, I don't even know what that is. Don't you dare. Actually, you know what? Do it. I haven't won anything this round yet. And we got another again. Let's go. Go poop jar. Well, those are yellow, so those don't count. We don't count yellow. Oh, this is gonna be. This is a double up. Boom, 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 boom. Super jackpot! Super jackpot! That was hype as shit. That was great. That was awesome. Can you imagine if we get a diamond double, like, bro, it's gonna be hype. More luck, more luck. Right, pretty much, yeah. Stop giving me yellow things. Those are all yellow. Hey. Ding, bing, 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 bing. Big, 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 big. Look at that, baby! Let's go poop jar! Whoa! Is it for the rest of the round? During this round. Okay. So that round is done. So this next round doesn't have anything special happening, so we're just gonna do the 2 extra one. Can't stop winning. I was gonna say those are yellow, but it doesn't matter. Come on, give it to me, give it to me. Okay, don't give me anything, I guess. Oh well. Oh. All right, well, that was a bad round, guys. That was a bad round. Oh man. Well, I mean, that was part of the reason where I was just like, I don't advocate for gambling, but this game is all about it. We're going in with the final with this spin. Let's go. 12 coins the whole round is wild. Like 1 is 320 of the diamonds. What are my chances right now for diamonds? 40%. I don't feel it. I tell you that. I tell you what. Oh, all right. Well, there goes our chili pepper, or our green pepper, I think. Overtime gambling is net positive. Is it now? You don't say. Oh, there they are. I was gonna say, where are my diamonds? Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! More diamonds! Alright. Alright. I'm gonna win for years straight. I know my shit. Do I know what happens next? I don't know. Oh. There we go. Now we need to be 12,000. Ooh! We can get the key! Will reduce slot addiction globally. Really? Are you sure it won't, like, emphasize it? What is happening? I don't know. Double the value of diamonds and treasures? Restore all charges on all charms triggered by the red button. Okay, that one just resets it. I don't want to reset. I want this. But first things first. Let's look at this. 5% to your interest. Okay. Patterns with fruits trigger an additional time. 30% chance 7s to have the golden modifier. Okay. Luck 5 on next spin if the previous 2 had no reward. Plus 2 extra luck for every in-sequence activation after the first one. So Toy Train is... I feel like that's kind of low. On next, if the previous 2 have no reward. So if I had a single reward, this won't count for anything. I don't know, man. That doesn't seem good. Let's re-roll this real quick, because... I want to see if there's anything here that messes with this. Charms that triggers randomly activate double more often. Do we have... that's +1. That's not random. This is random. So 10% goes to 20%. That's 2 spent. Wait, what are you again? Earn money equal to the... That's interest. Okay. That's the interest one. So I have 1 random. So it goes from 10 to 20. That's not terrible? 20% chain modifier to be applied to any symbol. Decreased by 5 for the end of every round. Discard at 0. I think I like chain, right? That seems good. Or do I want to double get a chance of that happening twice? 1 in 5. I'm gonna go horseshoe. That is true. Like, interest is super good, don't get me wrong. But 5% where we are now is not a issue. Let's double the value. Hell yeah, but listen, you're working on it. That's awesome. There we go. Perfect. Neither of these are charged. That's fine. Let's go max spins, baby. Let's go, Gabber! I thought your name was Foxy. Wait a minute. There it is. I was gonna say, where are my diamonds? It's 40%. Oh. It was at 40% when the thing was up. Oh, we need to get this chance up and the rest down. Because that's too low. We need to get that up. No, don't you dare. All right. And... okay. Yeah, we definitely need to... well, that's another thing, too. Let us... re-roll. Because I'm slightly against that now. We need more. So immediately restore our charges and all equipped lucky triggerable by the red button. That would have been good last round. This bonus grows by 1. Okay, symbol bonus. This grows by 1 whenever 5 plus trigger during a spin. Okay. That one and that one. Symbols multiplier +1. I think. Hey, Pitaco, how you doing? Yeah, we're Gamba today. I say, honestly, yeah. Oh, let's throw this away. It's fine. Okay. There we go. Now. Let's go, Gabber! Okay, we need more diamonds. Oh, don't you dare. Oh, you son of a... yeah, we definitely need to get a way to get more diamonds. We're not getting any. There we go. There we are. That's something. That's something. Okay. Oh, okay, that's been procking off. Love to see it. It procs more now that we got rid of the doubling that it did now. Okay. Okay, so poop is up, but that's almost up. I want to have them both happen at the same time, so we're gonna wait one more round with that. So we're gonna do one more. But we'll go with money, so we're gonna do this.
Let's go gambling.
And pull it. I'll take it. Nothing. Nothing. And Let's go! That Lucky Charm is actually pretty good. I've been liking it. And then... Lemon Party! Alright. Now. Deadline is now. I know the deadline is now. Relax. You earned a reward. Go get it. Okay, so now I think we have an option. So if we pick this up, we can use it here. We can unlock this door. So we can unlock a drawer, or we can unlock the door. I'm tempted to unlock the door to see what happens. Will it make me leave is the problem. If it will make me leave, I don't want to leave yet. We're doing pretty good. Door? Okay. Let's see what happens. That's not the right key. Oh. Okay. Drawer. You want to keep playing? Yeah. I like your winner mentality. Go on. We unlocked the first drawer. All right, what's up? Any news? Lemons manifest more often. We do not want that. Gain 1 free restock every deadline. To a random lucky charm you have equipped. Wait. Didn't I have that already? I thought I had a... But I already used that before, but I don't see a Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. What is this? Obsessive. Every last pattern triggers 1 more time. During every spin, increases all symbols by their base value for every pattern triggered after the second one. Resets the end of every round. Honestly, let's do that one. In that case, I don't like this one. This one's fine. Let's just do 5. Creating a muscle car? Cool. Hell yeah. Alright, we'll do obsessive. And in order to do that, we'll put away... My current interest is 875. So, whenever 3 patterns, it gives me 800. We'll put in drawer for now until we get like a super high amount there. We'll put that. All abilities that you pick at the telephone trigger an additional time. Oh! That's really good. That's really, really good. Okay, we're gonna save up for this one. Because that one's really good, and then we could just switch it back and forth, right? So we could throw this one away, or we can throw one of these other ones away. It's fine. We're gonna hit the button this time around. Oh, let's do this. Yeah, perfect. So our interest is now super high. So now 2 plus spins.
Let's go get
Oh, you really don't know when to stop. And then we hit the button. Now we're gonna go fucking crazy. Yeah. Now we're gonna make all our money back. I forget what the Satanic Bible does. Nothing there. Okay. 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 Oh. A lot of... Now we're going. Now we're going. Why are cherries 88? Oh, we got medicine. Finger. Bellhop bell. And good thing I put a flash warming. It's a brief second, but it's there. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go, baby! Hey, Nightwolf, how are you doing? I don't know how to take you you being summoned by the mention of a finger, but here we are. One more time! Look at all of our diamonds! Alright. See? Excellent round. Excellent round. Okay. So, I think we want both of these happening at the same time, is what we're gathering here. We want this one as a temporary thing. So this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, especially with this being so costly, we have so much money. Which one of these do we not need? I like this one. This one's really good. That one honestly popped off. What were you again? Yeah, no, that one's also super good. I want to say... I mean, we're going to take it and then we're going to switch it back and forth. So, but there's one thing that we have to get rid of, right? Poop jar, honestly, is really good. The golden modifier, scoring the symbol with this modifier increases the symbol by its base value permanently. So it goes by 5. Whenever it gets hit, it goes up by 5 every single time. Right? Oh, we're still rocking the bonus off of this? No. No. Okay, I'll think about it in a second. We'll do a round of 2 and then finish it with a round of 1. Just so we can get the item. Nothing. Ooh, oh. Ah, so close. The fact that it's at least a 40% with this buff is good, but we need it higher as a base. We just need it. We need it! That lucky charm has been so lucky. Let's go! Let's go! Alright. Alright. Now, with 7, honestly, whenever 3+ patterns trigger during a spin, you earn money equal to your current interest. So $2,000 whenever 3+ patterns trigger. Like, that's so good. Well, it's 2,000 at the end of it. This one gives us 2 extra spins. That one's getting all our shit. That one's booming all our shit. These two are wombo comboing off each other in just awesome ways. That one's been doing great. That one's been doing great. Honestly, I think it's this. If we had a second drawer, that'd be amazing, but we can't. Also, I plan on doing my country's version of Britain's Got Talent. Hell yeah! Dude, congratulations! Yeah, I'm also hungry for some chicken fingers, not gonna lie. Oh, all these are so good. And then this one, during every spin, increases all symbols by their base value for every pattern triggered after the second one. I'm thinking this one... Here's the thing. I think this has been doing really well. As soon as we added this, it like things at the end of every round. Increase all symbols by value by the pattern. Okay, so it resets. Every last pattern triggers an additional more time. We want that. We want the last trigger to happen twice on top of everything else. I think it has to be this. It's unfortunate. It really is. I really liked it. And then what we'll do is I'll put that in drawer. And then I'll put in drawer. Equip. Oh, what? 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 I have one in the drawer. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Whoa. Did the cat give us an extra 1 or something? And I didn't see that? Shit. Alright, I'll reroll once. Gain a free restock every deadline. 3% chance for the golden modifier to be applied to any symbol. Raises for 2% for every round skipped when completing a deadline. Max 25. 3% chance? What is this chance? This is a 25, so we would have to do that a lot. Increase risk by 15%, but decreases by 3% after every round. Discard when it hits 0. Buttons, nothing. Let's go. Little game of fun is when you're with me. Let's go gambling. Well, it's not only just full. It's like it says it's 7 out of 6. I think the cat had a +1 because this was 7. This was 7 for a while. So I think the cat gave us an extra shelf space, and I threw away the one item I shouldn't have. Manifest more often +2 for the rest of the current deadline. This is usually like 20, so it's going to 40. Okay. In that case, the problem is this does nothing for us right now. I think I know what I need to do. I need to get on that now. Okay, we got that. Now this is gonna happen twice. Manifest bells more often. Double the value of this. Double the value of that. Oh my god. All these. Why? Why are all those bad? I don't want any of those. Keep the chance of manifesting the most valuable symbol. Keeps the chance of manifesting the most valuable symbol to 0% in case of a tie. Affects all symbols in a tie. That's actually not bad. Make more things. On the next spin, the previous two have no reward. +2 extra luck for every in-sequence activation after the first one. And trigger randomly twice. One more reroll. Car battery. Immediately restore all charges. Whenever you release one pattern with 4+ symbols during a spin, increase all patterns by their base value until the end of the round. I mean, that one's also not bad. I really, really wish. All these stink. Alright. Well, lemons and cherries. Which one has a better base value? Guess those two. Mother. I guess you. Okay, so we got those. I can't put in drawer. I need to I have to throw away something. I guess it's throw away this. It's unfortunate, but I have to. Because this is 2+ spins. I can't do that. I can spin, but I'm missing my lucky charm, which gives us extra stuff. I don't want to spin without that extra thing. So I have to toss something, and it's basically between the cat food or this. I guess it's this. I have to. Yeah. So now I put a drawer. Can I take out a drawer? Wow. That having one drawer sucks. If I would have known buying this would have caused this much trouble, I wouldn't have gotten it. I was blinded. Blinded. I guess we'll just leave the lucky charm in there for now, unfortunately. And then once something really good happens, I guess. Let's see here. What I'm thinking is honestly 2 spins for more tickets. Okay. There we are. I mean, I think it would be good. It's just because we only have one draw. you in particular. Because we only have one drawer. We can't move things around that we want to move around. Okay. So now we have one more for that. So I'm thinking... same deal. Except then we're gonna finish early.
Let's go.
And then see what it has for us. Oh, well. Minus $0. Joke's on you. Now I get all the stuff that I want to get. Ho ho. Let's go. Let's go, gambler! Alright. Now both of them are charged. We take this. We finish this out. Oh, whoops. I should have been... This should have been up this whole time. But it's fine. So now we finish early. Then we're going to answer the phone. Double your Clover tickets. Set your money to 0. What the fuck? And what will we do next? Find out next time after this next ad break. I gotta pay these bills one way or another, and it ain't by gambling. Yeah, I will deposit first, 100%. Oh, I forgot we had those set up. Time to do a little bit of exercise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 19, 20. Woo! Whew. Let's put a little track, just in case. Why is it always Queen right now? Oh, I know why. I was working on a third person, but most of it is Queen. Whew. Squats. Can I just delete those? Let's see. Let's see. Where is Ask? Hello, everybody. There we go. Save. Now Queen shouldn't be as mouthy. How did you pull up King? It's always, it has to be like a yes or no response that you're expecting, or else it doesn't work. Think of it as like an 8-ball. Woo! Let's go! Alright. We're not setting our money to 0. Having the chances for these. So if we look, our current chance is 7. It would have it twice to only 2% of those. So I think that's worth. Has the chance to manifest these is awful. Yeah, 2%. 2%. If we could find one that reduces these, that'd be perfect. Okay, so what do we got? We got symbols. If a lucky charm triggers during a spin, raises bonus by 1. If nothing triggers, reset this bonus. Ooh. That one's not bad. Granted, 25% chance for treasures. Whenever you skull only one pattern with either diamonds or treasures, triggers it 2 additional times. The final trigger doubles the coins. Oh. And it's free. Oh, that one's real good. I think this is what we're gonna do. I think we're gonna rock this. Then we're gonna get rid of the poop jar and do the necklace. Yeah. Is the green symbol a capybara? No. It's the dodo blanket. Oh, what is this one? Last 3 deadlines, then discard this charm. At the end of each deadline, gives as many green charms as the deadlines left to do this charm. Oh, so it gives us 6 total. Got you. So it's an investment plan. Got it. All right. It's time. Hit this. Poop jar. Photo of a diamond combo. Let's go! Nothing. Let's go! Let's go! Yeah! Oh, right. Hold on. Can I leave? I can't. We forgot to put the ante up. Dragon even said it before the break, but I got immediately distracted. We really need to get those fruit down. Ooh. Hey. Let's go! This combo is so good, dude. Right. Surely it can't be me. Alright, poop jar. Alright, this is what I want to do. Okay, here's the question. Do we want to have this out? Because we can switch it now. Before we buy it, we can switch it. We can make this happen. But then we would have to sell something in order to bring it back out. I think I'm fine with that being in there for now. I really liked it, but at the same time, I can't. Alright, we're gonna do necklace. Alright, necklace down. We have 15. We have so much money and we have 15. Let's get this up. Let's get our ante up. There we go. Ante's now up. We're good to go. I think we just run it with this and see how it looks like. And we have this currently online, so... Let's go gambling! All right, that was the thing doing its thing. That because it makes it happen like 3 times when it's by itself. Oh. Oh, yeah! Look at all these diamonds! Let's go! And... Are we getting more spins? I feel like we are. It just feels like we are, even though we're probably not. Okay. We have 1 round left. We are fine. So I know my gaslighting happens. I minored in psychology, which basically means I took all the classes, but I didn't. I took everything but like 2 classes to dual major. All right, let's see here. Triggered by the red button, increase all symbols by their base value permanently. Really? It increases them permanently? That's not bad. Well, I mean, what is it at now? 1,035? It's not terrible. 66 is going to trigger, transform it into another. Okay. Every last pattern triggers 1 more time. It saves my butt and it allows a double trigger. You increases all symbols by their base value for every pattern triggered after the second one. Resets at the end of every round? I think this is what we're going to do. We're going to throw this away. And we're going to buy this. And now I'm protected from the 666. And I still get the benefit of, like, it double procking. At the end of every deadline, earn 1 for every 3. If I was going off of, like, a ticket build, that would be really good. Keeps the chance of manifesting the most valuable symbol to 0. In case of a tie, affects all symbols in a tie. The most valuable? My thing is the most valuable. I don't want that. No. Alright. We're still running this, so... We pull, baby! Let's go! And we're not worried about 666s. What do we gotta worry about? Let's go! Oh. Yeah! And that was the necklace doing its work. Alright. Hey, perfect. There we go. And... Haha, we have 2 million. We have so much money. Alright. You know what they said? Remember what I said at the beginning? Lucky in gambling, unlucky in love, unlucky in love, lucky in gambling, and then we're like winning this. We still got our megaphone, right? Okay, good. Diamonds manifest more permanently. Yeah! Yeah! But look, increased charm space. Oh, why couldn't it have been choose both, but you get more 666s here? No. We can increase our thing so we can actually take the thing out. We can actually get the thing out of there so that we get more spins. But having them because this would give us 2 because we're doubling, right? So we can get 2 spaces for our charms and we can manifest our diamonds twice. Damn it. Damn it. Charm by 2 or diamonds more often. Frick. What do y'all think? 2 more spaces or 2 more diamonds manifest? I think it's 2 I remember one, like two. It's not 2%. It's like double. It's like almost triple. It's not like, oh, it's like 29% now. We're talking like this goes from 27 to like 40 or 50. I'm pretty sure. Because last time +1 went from like this one that gives us, this is a +2. This is a +2 here. So our diamond picture adds +2 and it goes from 27 to 50. So we go from 1/4 to 50%, or get 2 more slots for charms. So Dragon says charms. What do the rest of y'all say? It's all right. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to, but I'm struggling here. Are you still sticking with charms, Dragon? I don't know. We're gonna go charm. I do not think. Alright. Increase charms by 2. Oh, we got another thing. Okay, so now we have 8, so we can take this out. And we can get 1 more. During this round, all scored symbols increase by their base value permanently. Increase also value permanently. Wait, why? What's the point of this? This is during this round. Increase oh. I don't really know why this one's better than this one because it's rare. Triggers randomly +7. All yellow. We don't want those. Honestly, we'll reroll. Triggers randomly more often. Symbols multiplier +1. On the next spin, the previous 2 had no reward. Extra luck for this one. Chancing and modifier to be applied to any symbol at the end of every round. That's really good if we're like skipping. I guess we'll hold off for now. We'll hold off for now. Let's go ahead and there we go. So we're good with that. Honestly, I'm fine with sitting on it for now. Giggity. And then we'll go ahead and do 1 round, pull it, and then do the other 2. We'll just do this one to give it a little bit more, and then we'll do the big one once our diamond's fully charged. Oh. I didn't know I could do that. Is this a 666? I got the Bible even if you did. Let's go! Hey, lucky charm coming in clutch as always. All right, got that. Perfect. That's now up. Those are now up. And now we're gonna go full button push. Let's go, let's go! All right, let's see here. See, we're at 43. So we would have been at base 43 if I chose the other one. Oh! Oh, well. Well. Well, we were protected, and it immediately died. I guess we just didn't win that coin flip, fellas. That's how it be sometimes. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. We have a 2% chance. I'm gonna need you to calm down. I think that's the way I pictured it. I believe it was her tail. Mull around. That's wild. I got 666 twice in the same round? Are you kidding? And I lost a 50% pull or with a thing. Stop. Just stop, please. Well, we didn't gain any money that time because we lost $500,000. All right.
Let's go again.
It's really unfortunate that we lost the Bible right there. Because not only did we lose the Bible, but we lost the ability to double our last thing that we got. So a lot of our double procs aren't procking anymore, which kinda sucks. Oh, we got pills? That's 3 666s, guys. Each one is a 2% chance. 2% chance. Okay. So we've lost in a total of $1 million. We've lost a total of $1 million from these 666s. Because the first one lost us 500 and the second one lost us 600,000 or 400,000. Yeah. So, yeah, cool. Glad that's happening. Find out what happens next. Is it me falling to my death? Because I might welcome that right now. All right. Well, we're just go ahead and get started. We need to make 6 million, guys. Something tells me we're not going to make it. We would have almost 3 million off the bat. Make 2 random electrons in your store free. Set tickets to 0. Halves the base chances to manifest lemon and cherishes permanently. Then apply devious trait. Oh, God. Uh-oh. We need this, but that 666s have been screwing us. Apply a random trait to all charms in the store, then apply a devious trait. We gotta go with this. We gotta go with this. Oh gosh. It's gonna apply this twice, isn't it? Let's see it. Let's see it. Oh. I can't see it. Alright, well, we were at 2.1. If it's in the 3s, then it happened twice. Okay, so we're up to 42% diamond now. That's at least very good. Chance to modifier can be applied to any symbol. Raises 2% for each round skipped. We're not skipping rounds. If only one pattern shows during a spin, transform its symbols to the most valued symbol. That's really good. So if only one symbol shows, it will auto be diamond. Immediately turn 30% of the debt amount. Doesn't take space. Yeah, no. That's just money in our bank. I'm fine with that. Okay, we're gonna do this one. And then we're going to do that. No. Interest increases by 50%, but decreases by 3% after every round. Just go to the term when it hits to 0. Okay, none of these are good. Okay, we might be able to make it. First things first, we need to get our interest up. How much is this? 252? Okay. Alright. So now we should have enough. Why are y'all blinking? Oh. Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, it did happen twice. It did happen twice. So now we're 3% chance. There we go. There we go. Okay, so that's pretty good. Okay. I'm liking that one. Is this gonna be a 666? Ooh. Okay. Oh, this one, that literally had, I was like waiting for it to change it. I was like, are you gonna, are you gonna change it, or? Yeah, no, that's actually, that change one is actually so good. Like, what the hell? And all right. Okay, we have 2 rounds to make $1 million. Okay. Ooh. We got this, guys. We got this. We don't even need to proc this. Like that's how confident I am. All right, that's how confident I am that this is gonna go just that. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Guys. Guys. 2 spans and nothing has happened. Oh. Oh no. Oh guys, this is bad. 666. Okay, cool. Good. I didn't want that $100,000 anyway. Good thing we didn't need money. Am I right, guys? Ha ha ha. Oh god. All right, we're slowly. Our lucky charm is carrying us on our back. We are. Can we get something more than these, please? We have a 42%. Where is our data? Can we get some high, like more than that? Pretty please. Oh my gosh. Okay, okay, okay. All right. We just need 1.1 million. That's all, guys. We just need 1.1 million. Calm down. Y'all are freaking out. We're not gonna hit this button. I believe in us. I believe in us. There we go. There we go. I wish the double proc thing was working. Oh. Watch the last one be 666. Okay. Guys, this is gonna be close. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, okay. I think we made it. As long as we don't hit as long as we don't hit a 666. I'm just messing with you. Well. That was me leaving. That was me ending the stream. Oh, gosh. Well. Zero rounds left. Oh. Oh, thank God. The interest saved us. What do you want? Okay. Doubles this, sets it to 0. Honestly, this might be the play. We have 100,000. We have nothing here. Getting double this is just getting getting good charms might be it. Hold on. Let's look. Non-yellow items. Just getting more chance for diamonds to have that. Shit, you right. I wouldn't even have any... the only way to do it is if I play around, then accept it, then take the ante. Which I think is what I will do. I think I'm gonna double my tickets here. And then I'm gonna play around. I'm gonna put my ante in, double our tickets, and then move on from there. Oh, what conspiracy theory were you going for? Let's see here. I think, yeah. Let's see. Yep. And then we hit this. We need 12 million, guys. We're screwed. We're 100% screwed. We're 100% screwed. All of our, like at this point, we need to have, like, things doubling and tripling and quadrupling and stuff like that. We do not have that. The one thing we had with that is gone. Because it got deleted by the 666, and we still had, like, 5 other 666 happening. So, like, I don't know. Let's move. Oh, we can't move away from this. Never mind. Oh. This game is lying to me. There is no way in all of reality that this is at 3%. I do not believe that. I don't believe it. I don't believe. But I was gonna put it in. I was gonna put it towards our ante. Not ante. I was gonna put it into our goal dragon. I was gonna put it in there. At the very least. I was gonna at least let it help us to a degree. Oy vey. Well, the fact that we even lasted this long. There we go. There we go. That's a little something, I guess. As long as we don't hit it again. That's better. Okay. Okay. Now we don't pick up the ante. We deposit all. We'll just do that. And then we will double my Clover tickets, but set my coins to 0. Now we have a crap ton. And then we yoink this. 5 generating for me. Hit me each song daily. Look deeper the album song. Interesting. Interesting. Let's add 2 more. Let's add. We cannot reroll ever. So I guess we'll just do. Should we just get number 2 again? I mean, we kind of have to. So we'll just take this. We'll hit the button again. And then we'll just sell it. Because we need doubling. Boom, boom. Not quite a jackpot, but almost a jackpot. And we got another spin left out of it, so that's very good. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Unfortunately, that bell got in the way for the bigger ones. All right. We're doing good. I don't think our medicine is doing what it needs to be anymore. I think our chances for diamonds are, if there is any combo, it's diamonds. So if we're looking to sell another one, we'll probably sell that one. It was good when we didn't have, like, the high chance that we currently do. Keep it going, baby. Because if we look, it's like 60% chance. Don't you dare. You screwed me enough, 666. You've screwed me enough today. Okay. Still, some things are kind of getting in the way of getting really, really good stuff, but Okay. Okay, last spin. Alright. Okie dokie. We have one left to make $8 million. Something tells me that ain't gonna happen, Chief. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna try to get our ante up as... Yeah, no, that... Oh, sorry. I misspoke. We need $134 million. We are not doing that. That is not a thing that we're going to be doing. So everyone say goodbye to their, you know, make some calls, do whatever it is you need to do, right? You know, I'm going to go ahead. We're just going to see what happens. Keep an item in the drawer. Oh, well. In that case, let's put the megaphone. We can't yet. Oh, damn. All right. I was saying, I'm going to put the megaphone in the drawer. All right. We're going to try to do it, like, after this is over. We're not getting 134 million, but we could at least try. So diamonds was rough. We really had to pad things out in our favor for diamonds. So I don't think I'll go diamonds again unless I get like really, really good diamond stuff. I will try. You know what, 666? I dare you to show up. I just dare you to show up. I don't think you will. I don't think you have the balls. That's what I thought. All right, let's see if I have enough time. Put a drawer. All right, it's in drawer. Give me my body. I'm gonna die with these in my pocket, and there's nothing you can do about it. Whoa! Look at that. Seeking direction between Lucky Charms or die. You don't say. We did really well with the first round. The mystery slowly unravels. Let's go. Oh, we got a lot. Ooh. Ooh. Keep it going. Keep it. Oh, I was getting into it. All right, first things first. Yes. I know. I have so many cool things. All right, so let's see here. We want options at the telephone. Ooh, we can get more options. You know what? Let's not look. Hey, what's that buzzing sound? Hey, is that me? Is that old me? You know, the other hire? Oh. Goes in slot, cannot discard. I can leave it in the drawer to keep it discarded. +5 debt? I don't think I want that, do I? Oh. Oh. Okay. Wait a minute. We got a whole body, didn't we? So what if we put all 4 in here, get all 4 body parts, and then put them all up here? Will it make a guy? Interesting. During every spin increases all symbols by their base value for the pattern triggered after the second one resets. This was the goat before, so I'm fine with doing you. Phrasing. Okay. Let's go.
Let's go again.
2 arms, 2 legs, a head and torso. Well, that might be enough here that we can equip up here. So let's that might be an interesting thing that we could do. Okay, Clovers, I see you. We're kind of feeling out how Cherries and clovers. Okay, this might be a clover run. They're being nice to us. Lemons. Nothing. Yeah, let's see what items we get first. All right, let's see here. We want, how many is this? 7? There we go. And then, oh, right, we have 2. Triggers randomly. Let's just do you, and then we'll just have it go away. Okay. All right. Cool. Cool. All right, at least we got that. We could also do chests, but I think chests were equivalent to jewels in the sense of like possibility. Yeah, so I'm leaning on these. What would be great right now is just something. Oh, great. Cool. All right, well. What we need? 7? Haha! We got this. Let's go! There's not even 666s to get in our way. Diamonds, get out of here. We did you last round. Oh. Okay, we got an extra spin. We could also do fruits. They are the most likely. We would just have to work on their, you know, cost. Or what the payout. Not gonna lie, this is starting off a lot more rough than last time. Oh, there goes the arm. All right. Ooh, patterns with fruits trigger an additional time. It discards after 7 rounds. Okay, well let's see what this guy has something to say. We can manifest more lemons. We can double the value of diamonds and treasures. Restore all charges. So this is a no-go. We could also re-roll, because we don't really know what we want. Right now, the most likely are fruits. Right, we have a fruit thing here that we can make happen. So we can go full hog into that. Yeah, do we want to go fruit? We have lemons here, and then we go into fruit basket. So let's do that. That seems where the game wants to take us. If I ever get famous, I will shout at you for referral. Thank you. Thank you. I'm shouting you out right now. And I'm not famous yet. Let's go gambler! Well. Hey, there are the lemons. Okay. Let's go! Hey, 48. That's very good. Very good. That's what we like to see. Yeah, we're going. This is a lemon run, everyone. Lucky Charms, you were almost there. You're almost there, but I think we're gonna go lemon. Look at all those lemons. We just need to get the cost of them up, or the reward for them up. All right, let's see here. We need 14. There we go. Perfect. Now fruit basket. Perfect. And boop. Cool, nothing. Not fruit, lovely. Also not fruit. Cool, not fruit. Cool, not fruit. One fruit, and it's a cherry, not a lemon. Not fruit. Not fruit. Cool. I'm glad that used one of its 7 charges for that. That was one of the worst rounds we have ever done. That was so bad. We're just gonna spin it. There we go. There we are. I was gonna say. Oh my gosh. Guys, we might be in trouble. We actually might be in trouble a little bit. This is not, we need to get those like up. And all those ones where it's just like, you increase, whenever you get it, you increase by its base value permanently. We need those. Like, so bad. Like, actually bad. Let's see here. None of these were it, right? No permanent. This triggers after every round, but that was it. Okay. Now 666 has arrived. Lovely. I have a very good... Luckily, we've never hit a 666 before. Double your clover to... But set... No. I mean, halves, clover, and bell. Apply a random trait to all charms in the store, then apply devious trait to a random equipped charm. If only I didn't have anything equipped, that would have been perfect. Then I could put them all in the drawer and shit like that. It would be like, oh, yes. +1 for every 15 you own. Interesting. That one's kind of interesting. If we can have like a clover build, that would have been really good. Ooh, triggers more lemons. We do like that. Patterns multiplied +2. 3% chance of seeing a 666 is wild. And then this one, but it's not permanent. We'll do this one. And I'm going to halves the base of these is what I'm going to decide to do. Yeah. Yeah. See, we're already like 50% just fruit. So then we're going to pop this. Oh, let's, what is it? 28? There we go. Lemon! Let's go! Haha, just kidding. Now lemon, let's go. Okay, that's something, I guess. Oh, alright, there goes our pepper. Maybe I should have done, maybe actually we should do the one that increases per use. Maybe I underestimated that one because it would have been 2, then 4, then 8. It would have really done well. Yeah, maybe that's on me. That's on me. I'm learning. What, you know, I'm just a Toto on the internet. Oh gosh. Take care of yourself, Foxy. All right, let's see here. Got that. All right. Then there we go. Perfect. We still want, I still kind of want that. Damn. Scoring a symbol with this modifier increases the value as a pattern by the pattern space value permanently. How many more runs do I have? 2? We're gonna do this. We'll do the chain. I should experiment. No, that's even worse because you're sick. Another one. Lucky charm for the win. All right, there we go. And then now we're gonna pick you. We're gonna deposit just enough of that. Okay, cool. I need to make 300 right now or I lose. Cool.
Let's go.
Okay. Okay. Oh, I'm starting to see, yeah. Yeah, I'm starting to see it. Hey guys, I think we might lose, like, immediately. Yep. Don't you dare. Cool. Oh, that lucky charm coming in clutch, guys. Well. Well. What do we got? Do we got an onk? Do we got anything? Do we got... Well, that's it. Okay, good job, everybody. Good job. We went really far this time. Really far. Really good. Really good. Good job, everyone. Yeah, we cleared 2 deadlines. That's so good, especially for our, like, first try. My God. Look at all those corpses. Okay, goes in slot. At the start of every deadline, spawn a random free charm in the available drawer for every corpse piece equipped. Oh, so once I have the skull, at the start of every deadline, spawn a random free charm in an available drawer for every corpse piece. That's kind of cool. Okay. So what is it? What are you? 24% chance for the repetition modifier to be applied to any symbol. Decreases by 5% at the end of... Okay, so it's similar to the other one. So basically what we want as, like, we have the skull, equip the piece, and then at the start of something, if we look in our drawer, there's just a random thing there. That's kind of cool. That's kind of neat. Oh, what are you? Last spin plus 7 luck. That's pretty good. Symbols multiplier, 1 crane for each one. You know? What if we do a clover one? We were talking about it. Let's see what this game has in store for us this round. Nothing. 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 Lemons. A lot of lemons. Lemons, do you want do you want a second try? Is that what this is about? They're like, you didn't give us a chance. We could do it. This does seem very fruity. Okay. So, I guess what we could do. This is what I'm thinking. This is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking... You. And no joke. What if we just went the lesser of the two the whole time? And just believe in the heart of the cards. Guys, the heart of the cards is scaring me. And we just don't spend any more money here. We just only get clover. We're just getting tickets. That's the whole thing. That's the whole shtick. Either we get things for free, or we don't. Like we just put everything on crane. It's gonna be problematic to say the least. We need 7. Okay. No, we need 3.
Let's go again.
Guys. That was enough, right? Right? Guys? 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 I believed! I believed! In the heart of the cards! No! Okay, so I liked where our head was at, but we would only do the second one when we have enough gold. Hey, we got an Ankh. Guys, we got the Ankh. I have an assumption of what that does. All right. Okay, we'll just do 2 for 4. Where were you last round? Yeah, I was gonna say. Whenever 6 6s appear, plus 10 on the next spin on the same round. Only 1 though? Interesting. Oh wait, does this change at all? No, it does not. Okay, I was just wondering. All right, with 4, we could have diamonds off the rip. Let's do red pepper. It only costs 1. A 10 plus is a lot, but only on the next spin. It's only on the next spin. So it's like, if I hit 666, then on one next spin, I get a lot of luck. And it's like, well, I don't want to be hitting 6 6s in the first place. Yeah. Maybe if I was maybe the first round that we were doing stuff, I would have definitely taken that. 6 6s now leave me alone. Right? Game? Okay. Alrighty. See, already doing so much better. There we go. We have 4, but none of these I really want to spend money on, so... Okay. Nothing. There was a lot. We got a lot of nothings last round, though. We got a lot. There was that. Of the 2 ones that we got on the bottom one, like, I think we only hit 1. I want to say 1 or 2 actually gave us anything. It was actually kind of wild. Yeah. I know. Super crazy. There we go. Perfect. And then, so we're good on money. So we're going to actually go to the lower one.
Let's go again.
Yeah, I'm going to need the luck. Not going to lie. Well, I used all my luck in the first round. I think that's what happened. There we go. Okay. And boop, and boop. Another deadline. Reach 200. Oh, is that all? I'm coming. Hold on first. Nothing here that messes with the phone. Okay. Lucky charms at the store are discounted by 2 until the next restock of the store. So we can just discount it by 2. So I could just get all this. So I can just get, so I get these for free, and then this one for 1 for a non-yellow. That's essentially get 3 free charms and 1 at discount value. Triple the value of 7. What if we went 7s? Because we're not hurting on tickets. We're not hurting on tickets. And the thing that we got going on here is like, that's a 666. That's free money. Or no, it's not. That's plus 1 for every 15 you own. Oh. kind of want to go 7s. We're going to go 7s. 7! Then we're going to do you. Then we're going to do... transform the... We'll do the Bible just in case. Okay. We got this. 7s are 8% happening, and then it's triple the thing. We're so not gonna get 7s. Oh my gosh. Definitely should have just chosen that when we had some good 7 stuff. But, you know what? Hey, there's 2 of them right there. Okay. Alright. So a part of me wants to re-roll. Okay. We got... Oh, crap. We got Diamond. We got Necronomicon. Okay. Then we have 1 options at the telephone. I'm gonna do 1 option at the telephone. That one's really good. Bonus grows by 1 whenever patterns. Yeah, Necronomicon plus Bible. It's like they counter each other out. Yeah, honestly, as long as the Bible doesn't quit out on us, that's pretty good. What is this? 14. Okay. All right. We're gonna do this. We're gonna finish this round and then we'll go to ad break.
Let's go gambling.
Let's go, gambler! Okay. Hey, there's the 7s. Oh. Oh my god! Look at all the cherries! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Okay. Alright. That only costs 7 to refresh. With only 1 round left, we're actually... Let's hold off on that. There we go. And then... Yeah. I probably should have done the shorter one so we can get more, but it's fine. It's fine. Right, game? There we go. Yeah, we need more 7 synergies. The game hears me. Also, cherries are not going anywhere. Cherries is like, I am also an option. Oh my gosh. Alright. We good. It's like 0 rounds left. You better hurry. Yeah. There we go. Now the 6 of 6s are out, and now it's at 3%, which I was over that, by the way. Alright, another option here. Yes! Alright, my head hurts. Activate all other abilities plus devious trait. Okay. We can double your Clover tickets, set coins to 0, make 2 in your store free, set tickets to 0. Damn it. Why did they counteract it? No! This would have been so good because we get to have all of these at the same time, but 2 of these knock each other out. Unless I kind of want to do it for science. I want to see if this one procs first, and then this one, and then this one, or this one, then this one, then this one. If I get this wrong, I won't have tickets or money. If I get this right, then I will have a lot of tickets. And stuff in the store will be for free. So this is what I want to do. We're going to do the same deal as last time. We're going to put this... Okay. There we go. All right. 28. Dang it. A part of me, like, if I play this, it's a problem, right? I don't want to play this, but if I don't play this, I won't have any money to play. I also don't know what happens when you don't have money. I'm tempted. I'm tempted to figure that out. You can't... There's two science things happening, so we'll see. All right. Okay. All right. It did it the way that we worried about. It took everything. Goes in slot, cannot discard. At the start of every deadline, spawn a... Of every deadline? Oh, spawn a Round Free Charm in an available drawer for every corpse piece equipped. And then interest increased by 50%. Where's the... Ooh, info. It's just a drawer. You can put things inside of it. I can't... Hold on. Is it going to say something? Okay. Interesting. Decreases by 3%. Okay. So now we got that. One spin. Oh. So we can do it for free. Got you. There we go. Okay. I mean, that's pretty straightforward. You know what? For science, we know. So it either goes in a certain order or it applies everything at the same time, and then whatever's like the worst of the bunch will happen. It either goes left to right or it like applies in a way that's not necessarily as intuitive. We have 2 more rounds. 20% chance. Every last pattern. We're going 7s. That one seems pretty good, honestly. We're kind of going on a book build right now. So I'm going to do this. Because we're already at that level. Let's go. We're already at... We have enough money. Oh, we should have gone to ad break. It's fine. There we go. Grab you. Boom. We're full of books. Honestly, we'll do another 3 spin. Okay, well. And good thing, luckily, oh. There's cherries again. Oh, is this at a 6? Okay. Bible saved us. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Now, we're good. Oh. Now we go 2002. Okay, so something has increased our... I forgot which one of these is doing it. Let's see. Let's see, and then, you know what? We'll look at this as we go to our ad break. Same deal as last time. See y'all in 3 minutes. Speculative trait. 3% to your interest. Double the value of closures and bells. Restore all charges. I'm thinking I didn't hurt anybody. Manifest 7s more often. We need to get 7s up there. All right. While y'all are on break, I'll do another round of exercise. Ho. Ho, ho, ho. Right. doing exercises more consistently. That is good. Very, very good. 31. 30. I think I did 20 squats. I forget. Okie dokie. Okay. This game is really fun, though. I know I'm having a lot of fun. Hopefully y'all are too. But let's see. I am thinking just going straight 7s. Only if there was like a drastically increased 7 chance at the cost of more like 666. If the other thing that came up where it's like you get more luck whenever you land 666s, then we'll take it. All right. Have a good one, Foxy. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy your sleep. Enjoy your nap. As always. And I hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. All right, welcome back. We're going to go with 7s. And now, triggers randomly activate double more often. Is that... that's a random. That's not... that's a chance of discarding. And that's... yeah, none of these are really random. For chance of symbols to have the repetition modifier. Retriggers it can... oh! That's really good if we were doing fruit. During this round, all scored symbols increase by their base value permanently. If a lucky charm triggers during a spin, raise the bonus by 1. If nothing triggers, reset this bonus. Interesting. So basically, this says if anything gets triggered ever, then it increases it by 1. So this would do it by 1. Would this get 1 extra spin? Would I get 2 extra spins? I would say... let's try the tarot deck. Let's try that. Alright. Oh, first things first. What is it? 42? Perfect. Alright, let's go, Gambler! Nothing. A lot of... okay. Oh. There we are. Okay. So the tarot deck is really good for something that triggers every turn. Okay. Okay, so the way it works is it's not whenever a one does it, right? It's when, like, each of time... it is really good for something that procs every turn. If it's very rare, we could do a trigger less more often kind of deal. I want to see it. I want to see 7s. I really, really want to see 7s. So, base value permanently. Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and immediately sell this. And I'm going to get this. Oh. Whoops. Well, we'll get it next round. 2 more tickets? Am I blind? I thought that said 3. 666? Well, I haven't got... Oh. Well, that works too. Thank you, Holy Bible. You have saved me. Okay. There we are. Alright, that one's gone. Alright. And boop. Perfect. There we are. And then this one is, it's for the end of the round, right? For the end of this round. So we'll wait till the next time. So if that's the case, we already met it. Let's do plus this. I mean, go ahead, 666. I don't care. Okay, now I care. Please don't do it. Thank you. There we are. And boop. We'll leave that in there for now in case we get, like, remove gold or whatever from your pocket. So we're going to go ahead and... You know what? Let's look first. Any news? Cherries manifest more often. Increase the value of the patterns with 3 or less symbols by their base value. Okay. Get 5 more. Lemons go for more often. I don't want any of these. I guess this? Well, I mean, we guess we can do some green. Hold on, let's see here. If one pattern shows on the screen, transform the symbols with the most values. Yeah. That's actually really good right now. Honestly. Okay. So, actually, straight up, give me this. Okay. We are 6 out of 7. Boom. Now, if any other thing, including all of our fruit and stuff, we get 7s. That's pretty good. Anything else? Oh, yeah, let's, grab this. We are at 55. Yep, let's do that. And then we... Boop. Midas's touch, baby! Alright. Okay. God saved us. Hey, can we get a damn thing, please? There you go. Oh my gosh. Turn it to 7s, thank you. There we go. Oy vey, man. Oh. Okay, we got this. Alright. Anything else that we want on here? During increases all symbols by their base value for every pattern triggered after the second one. Resets at the end of every round. This one, I remember when we wanted to do fruit, we really wanted that one. 5% to your interest. That's really good if we were higher up. Plus with 7. Oh, so it really is only that round, huh? Does this charge? Let's put it in the drawer. I want to see if this charges in the drawer. If it charges in the drawer, that's great. Then we can switch things out as they charge. I guess what we could do is do this one for now and see how it feels. So let's go ahead and perfect. Okay, let's see. All right. All right. There we go. Okay. The game's trying to short us, but luckily we are taking pills to correct their misgivings. My God. Guys, I don't think we're gonna make this one. They're kind of screwing us a bit. All right, let's see. Okay, so that did not count. This does not count as charging in the drawer. Good to know. We need to make 8,000. So we're gonna go ahead and throw this away. I don't know why I did that. This isn't gonna be charged by the time that's done. Even if we did 5% of the interest. Yeah, it's still not gonna be enough. We're still gonna give it our best shot though.
Let's go.
All right. It is only one. Okay, so like round is per like things. Okay. Oh, perfect. Thank you. Okay, we're okay. Woo. Don't you dare. I see you. Oh, okay. Well, Diamonds wanted to show off, I suppose. Hey, let's go. Let's go! And goes to sevens. Yep. That's been saving our butt, dude. These spins have not been kind to us. Whew. Not even close. We are just fine. Okay. Then we can unlock the door. I hear ya. What are we looking at? Double jackpot. We're not jackpotting a lot. 3% of your interest to any lucky return you have equipped. Add florid trait +2 when deadline ends to a random lucky charm you have equipped. Increase the value of 4+ symbols by their base value. Honestly, I kind of like the florid trait. Whenever, when a deadline ends, not per round. 3% to the interest, just off the rip, is not bad. Oh, we are book maxing. Maybe we look for books. Stain. Increase the patterns by their base value until the end of the round. Ooh, 30% chance of savings to have golden modifier. Okay. We want more 7 stuff. So honestly, throw that. If it was the whole round, I would consider it, but like 10 other, yeah. Honestly, Demon's Horn. That one's been saving our ass. I really don't want to get rid of it. This grows by 1 for 5+ trigger during a spin. That one's really good. That one is going to go well. That's going to... These two are going well. That's been going really well. Damn it, dude. I wish we had one more spot. Because we're pretty high up on the 666, so we want +10 on the same round. Let's put this in the drawer. Give this one a shot. There we go. All right.
Let's go gambling.
All right. Oh, almost. Oh, okay. Okay, how about give me something? Can you give me something? Even if it's a 666. Uh-oh. Guys, there goes our Bible. Guys, our Bible's gone. Alright, well that's what our 10 luck got us. It got us a bunch of clovers. Not super great. Oh, there's our guy. Pick an option. Forget it. Forget it. Forget it. Oh, that's what increases our debt. Oh, interesting. Okay, so, well, quit. Get that back, I guess. Oh, right. There's a solid chance we're not making out of this. There's a solid get that we're not getting out of it. I say speculative. We need more. We need more of that to our thing. There we go. 140. Perfect. Okay.
Let's go.
All right, let's go. Okay. All right, there's our 7s. Oh. Let's go. There's more of our 7s. There we are. Nothing. Ah, okay. But we're, you know what? That was very good. That was very solid. Okay, and anything else? We could, no. All right. Let's do this. Okay. Not quite. Come on, come on. You know you want to give it to me. There's the 7s. No, 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 no. Okay, we're good. Okay, we got an extra spin. Perfect. Okay. I think that was enough. It was barely enough. We just went by it. Whew. Alright, anything else? Nope. Alright. Okay. Alright. And boop. Yeah, we want to keep playing. We got the second drawer. Info. You can put things inside of it. You can put things inside of it. Okay. So, I think this is forever? Goes on slot, cannot discard. At the start of every deadline, spawn a random free charm on an available drawer for every corpse piece equipped. Yeah. So what we're gonna do is the next time we're gonna put something in there real quick, get those corpses things out, and then just do that. Restore all charges, +5. It might be a +5. I don't like any of these. What's with them trying to push fruit? Obviously, I don't want fruit. Next spin, if your previous two had no reward, extra luck for every sequence activation of the first one. That's a maybe. To your interest during every spin. I might try Toy Train. There's been a lot of times where nothing happens. I'm a little worried about like stuff like this. Or sorry, like this. This one is the one where it's +3 to my interest. Good. This one, patterns multiplier. So I'm thinking actually put this one in the drawer. Right. And then, because now it will, like, we don't have this, the Bible anymore. So I don't want 666s right now. So we'll do that. Restore all charges, bells manifest, lemons manifest. I guess just give me 5. Alright, let's see here. There we are. Boom.
Let's go.
You really don't know when to stop. They're right. I don't. Oh, alright. Hey, how about, hey. Oh. Oh, there we go. Okay, the train got me. Oh, we got something. Yeah. The train is like, I'm going to help. Hey, train? That was with +5 luck, my guy? Sure, I guess. Yeah, the way that it's been treating me, I 100% need to get, like, the train is giving dividends. Alright, with 9... No, we need to keep going. Oh. Okay, lemons, I suppose. We want to give you lemons. This round really wanted me to go the fruit way, and I said no. I want 7s. Look at that. Look at that. What the fuck is this? Give me 7s. There we go. At least the Lucky Charms got my back. Wow, man. Oh, that Lucky Charm. Mwah, beautiful. Still, dude. There's so many times where it's just nothing. But we got this. We got this. We only need like $20,000. Oh yeah. Yeah, we just gotta do our best. Yeah, we need like 18,000. Well, 13,000 with the ante. All right. Let's make or break it. Well, at least our poop is going to... Okay, double luck, and you give me cherries. That was a plus 15 to luck. 800 is good, but I needed it to be 7s. I needed it to be 7s. Let me look at my... How am I getting so... It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Listen, who am I to complain? I am to complain. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we are. Oh, thank God. 7's pulled through in the end. Okay. We made it. We're like barely skirting by. Okay. Now it's 210. But hey, you know what? We opened the second drawer. That's what matters. Oh, I shouldn't have taken that. Damn. All right, double your coins. Get my tickets back to 0. Make 2 random in the sort of free. Set this to 0. Halves the base chance of diamonds, treasures, and 7s permanently. Double your Clover tickets. Set your coins to 0. This is why I shouldn't have taken this. Oh. Let's see here. 12% chance to have the chain modify. Ooh. 1+ option at the telephone. We're gonna throw you away. I'm sorry. We don't have the Bible anymore. And then you... Okay. Play around, then get the ticket one. Well, that's the thing is like I would have to. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. Yeah, I think that's what we need to do. In that case, then we won't spend any of our clovers yet. We won't spend it on that. We'll play around. Yeah. Let's go ahead and... Oh! Well, we're doing a cheap round, I guess. I didn't think I was gonna... do it immediately. Didn't I get rid of most of this? Hey, we're Irish, we're lucky! Lucky Irish, brr. That was a lot. That was a lot. And okay, now we're gonna put the whole thing in here. Then we're gonna double set this to 0. Then we take the ante. Well, I mean, we have the poop horn that increases our luck by 10. So the train kinda helps. This one, the options at the telephone is kinda goated. but to be honest, out of all these, this is the one that's doing the least amount of work. The poop is the horn. It's a demon horn, but it is a poop. Has been actually very helpful. This has been doing work. That's been doing work. That's been doing okay. I've seen mixed results for this one, but maybe in the future it'll be good. I think let's throw this away. Let's put this in the drawer. And let's get this out. Okay. Let's see here. This one, every charm is getting its own employee review, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, let's get started. Oh, I should have put the rest of that in there. It's fine. 666 off the rip. You know what? I'll take it. Give it to me in the beginning. All right. Got 7, 7, 7, 7. Interesting. I don't know how I feel about this. I feel very conflicted. It was almost a double 666, but they're all. It wasn't a 7 jackpot. Unfortunate, but it was still very good. Okay. All right. Okay. Come on. Give me. There we go. Here we are. And the base values are already high, so it's also very good. Switch that. Okay, perfect. Okay. Okay. Now we're starting to feel it a bit. We aren't feeling it now, Mr. Krabs. Like that's what we're going at right now. This time I'll try not to go too far. That's far enough. That's good enough. Okay. Okay. In. Okay. Or that's... You can train if you don't mind. Oh, thanks, cherries. Honestly, I'd rather you just give me the 666 so I could have got something out of that. Okay. All right. Give me... Wow. That was Garbo. Even with the train, dude, it's not great. All right. Okay, so we can... Nope! I thought... I'm dumb. Oh, wait. That was at the end, wasn't it? All right, let's hear it. Oh, be right back. You put in drawer. Equip. Yes, we can put it away when we don't need it. Let's go. All right, we can do +5. Double the value. We don't want that. Lucky charms at the store are discounted by 2 until the next restock of the store. Oh. Actually, that's not... I mean, that's not terrible. Oh! 7 picture. That one gives us 6 at the end. Rerolls all symbols that are not inside a pattern during the current spin. That one's actually not bad either. Okay. And then this one recharges. Interesting. Okay, so there's a couple we have a couple decisions to make. All right. First things first, I'm the realist. I will say lucky charms are discounted by 2, increase the value of 4 plus by their face values. Because we have so many of these that I'm like, I could do this, but we really aren't hurting. We'll need more points. All right, so that's done. So we can put this back in drawer. So we need... I'm looking at these two. That one is fine. But I'm looking at these two. So we need the poop has been, the train has been kind of meh. I'd rather have the 7 than the train, so we'll throw this away. We're gonna get the 7, and then D4. What do we not want? This one is doing wonders. That one's keeping us afloat. This one's doing amazing. This one is chaining thing, which is great. It might be Demon's Horn. It might be, but the Demon Horn is also doing really good right now. Do I want... We need to keep one slot open for this. I'm gonna say... We'll see how well this does, and then we'll sell it later if we want to. That's what I'm thinking. All right. Oh God. I won't do this twice. There you go. All right, and then we're gonna do this.
Let's go.
7. Wow, nothing. Okay. Okay, cool. So it redid it. Okay. Can I get something? Can I get something? Maybe I should have sold the trade. Okay, there we go. There we go. All right, that's something I got. It kind of came back out around at the end, but my God. All right, so we have 110. I'm tempted to do... Should I double dip? I'm curious. Does this stack twice? So let's see if it stacks twice. Okay. Well, we are at... I don't know if it did. Honestly, I didn't check beforehand. I should have. Okay. Okay. Oh, that random... That wild thing was very good. Let's go! Let's go! There we go. Okay, the D4 re-rolling is actually really good. Because it re-rolls anything that isn't already in a combo. Let's go! Let's go! Okay. Alright. Alright, let's see here. We're gonna take this, we're gonna put this up. When it gets under 52, we stop. There we go. When there's a crown next to it, that's when I'm not supposed to do it. Okay. So, that's still going. Awesome. Lovely. Amazing. The reroll is so good. Honestly... Demon's Horn. We knocked down a lot of our 666 chances that, like... I don't think it's the roll anymore. And then we'll keep that one there. Okay. That one's ready to go. Alright. Yeah, really. It was the GOAT. Like, can we get a an 07 in chat for our Demon Horn, like getting us out of that bad situation near the beginning there? Because my God. The train, I'm willing to say the train tried, but a lot of the time it was just like, you didn't get anything. You might get us something else, and it's just... Oh. Look at that, dude. Damn. The power of the double 7s. There we go. It might be useful. It might be useful to get the double proc for random chances, where it's a 60% chance to roll anything that isn't already in something into something. It's pretty good. Honestly, oh, we're already here. So, okay, we'll just finish this out, leave the ante there, and see where this takes us. 6.3 million. All right. All right. Let me put in drawer. Equip. All right. What do you got? Oh. Oh. Well, are we septupling the value of sevens? Well, don't mind if I do. Let's go. What are they at now? Damn! Look at that! Alright, so we have one that gives bells. We have 6% chance for the symbols to have the battery modifier. With this symbol, we'll restore one charge to a random charm triggered by the red button. Ooh. Right. I don't know, like, okay, first things first, let's go ahead and put you in the drawer. On one hand, what are the bells? Those are still, like, it's not technically 32%, but you know what I mean. The charge doesn't work if you have prescription. Really? Oh, you're right. This round has been much more kind than the first one, which is crazy because we had the things that gave us more. So yeah, that won't work. 315. Let's go ahead and, before we consider re-rolling, let's put this. There we go. Yeah, let's equip. Ooh. I'm just looking at stuff inside of it now. All right. Now. Okay. Get 7 this run, and they either had no money or saved by Bible. Yeah. Yeah. I did have a Bible to like save my the Bible procced like 3 times, luckily. All right. There we are. 1 3. Okay, I was gonna say, like, what? Why did we get 500,000? Oh, ooh. Ah, lovely. Yeah, we had a Bible, the Necronomicon, and some other you know, book. We were book maxing. Well, all right. Our 666 is 1.5%, but we still procced it and lost $1.5 million. Okay. Okay, I guess. Well, we got it back immediately. Hey, unlucky in gambling, you know what they say. Haha, I'm still single. Alright, so we'll put that in here. And boop. Alright. I am tempted to re-roll this one, but honestly, we have a pretty good setup right now. So I'm fine with just doing this. Alright. Surely it won't be another 666. What if it randomly became one? It turned it into a 5! Let's go! The D4 dude is so good. Can I... Hey, game, can I... At least that procced. At least that did something. What the hell, man? What is this? Is that it? Or did I? Okay, good, I have another round left. I was gonna say, what the frick? Okay. We're not gonna hit the button, we're gonna wait till next round. Alright. Because we're right there. Okay, come on. Game. Please. Did I win too much? What happened? It gave me 4 nothings in a row. Never buy lottery tickets, they'll rob you money. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Oh, thank God. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. For real. For actual real. Alright, don't take the ante. We need to reach 151 million? Oh, right. This is where we hit last time. Alright, hold on. You put in the drawer. Equip. Alright, what do you got for me? Is there something you want to talk about? To a random lucky charm you've equipped, pattern multiplier +1, gambler gain 1 free to restock every deadline to a random. That one might be good. I think that one's really good. This one +2. Interesting. Good skill? If you see 7s on a single spin, if you see 7 7s on a single spin, turns them all to golden 7s. Okay. Interesting. All lucky charms triggered by red button trigger 1 more time. -1 to charm space. Ooh. Whenever 3+ plan is triggered during a spin, you earn money equal to your current interest. That's actually really good. Nuclear looks really... It does, but it minuses 1. What am I going to take away? I guess I could put telephone back in. Like, maybe it would be golden modifier. Maybe. Or maybe it would be no, painkillers is really good. No, that one's really good. That one's really good. That's been saving our ass. So I think it would probably have to be the gold one, because it's just increasing by the base value, which is I think 7. Yeah, it's just increasing it by 7 every time. But it's sitting at a nice toasty 1708. Like, it doesn't need... Like, the 7's going up is still great, but it's not gonna be forever. So I think... This is what I think. I don't know. I don't think we're gonna make this next one. So I think we are going to get the... Let's do... Patterns multiplier +1. Gambler. I kind of want Gambler to get 1 free one. Is it 1 free reroll? Yeah. Let's do Gambler. Which one is it? This one? Okay, perfect. Restock every deadline. Cool. Why is that not free? Does it only count for the next deadline? Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm gonna sell that. I'm gonna throw this away. We're gonna toss that one away. We're gonna equip this. Well, actually, what we're going to do is we're going to put this in drawer. And then we are going to put this in. And it's 7 out of 6. And then, because it's 7 out of 6, as long as I don't try to move things around, it's fine. And we're just going to try to rock this to the end. Oh, let's put our stuff in. Oh, God. Okay. Double. Do you mind? Do you mind? Alright. Okay. Okay. Alright, there we go. The D4 really doing work for us. Love it. Alright, that's 3 mil. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, soon. All the way. Yeah. Already turns into 7s. Lovely. Mwah. Love you, D4. I really, really do. Alright. Okay. Then we have 130 million left. What we could do now is sell that. I think we will. Sell this. Get our space back. Equip that. So now we have 7 out of 7. I don't think any of these... This one is pretty good, don't get me wrong. But that one is doing what this guy's doing. But this one, like, 7 in one spin is so much. Plus, this gives me 3 to my interest, so I don't want to sell it. So I think that's what we're going to just rock. Alright, we got this. There we are. There we go. There's an extra roll. Lovely. Those diamonds really wanted to also show up, I guess. Oh, look at all those 7s. Let's go. We're making so much money, but it doesn't matter because we need so much money. In order to get 150 million, you just have to go crazy mode. Oh, look at that. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. If that diamond wasn't there, I would have gotten the other one too. Okay. Okay. A 5er. It changed it to a 5er. Love to see it. Love to see it. Ooh, almost got it. We'll be able to get... Unfortunately, that's a key spot. If it wasn't for that bell, we would have gotten a really good one. It was already 7s, you fool. Okay. We got 1 round. We have 1 round to make $100 million. I believe in us. I believe in us, chat. Either we make it or we don't. Last coinage. Let's do it. Watch it be immediate 666. All right, 1/100th of our way there. Okay. 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 All right. Oh, that's bad. Oh, no. Okay, all right. Thank you, D4. Mwah. Okay. Okay. Come on. Come on, D4. Come on, Lucky Charm. Give us some... We need some extra rounds. We need some extra rounds. Let's go. We got this. Come on. All right, all right. We're 1/4 of the way there. Can we make this happen? Go. Nah. Yeah. Not enough coins. Oh, there might be a chance. First, put in drawer. Put in drawer. Restock. 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 I didn't see it. I didn't see it. No! That was such a good run. That was such a good run, guys. Luck ensures a certain number of equal symbols for the current spin. 15 luck brings a jackpot. Oh. So if you can get... I was looking for the Ankh, where you are given a second life. The challenge is increasing. You don't say. Oh. 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 Okay, we got another record. Okay, 3 records? And some cards. And a club. And a diamond. And a spade. By the way, try earning a lot of coins. I might have a deal for you. What? Memory pack? Who's this guy? Alright, well, first things first. We have the corpse. Oh, it doesn't take up space. Yeah, let's do an ad break. Ad break, ad break, ad break. Nah, don't give me it. Don't spoil it for me. But thank you for asking. I can do 2 to 4. Immediately at 30% of your debt amount. I appreciate you asking me. What part of me? The interest one, I think rotated Hamza is pretty good. Well, first things first, this is just free money. So, we'll just get that. Ooh, let's do a little bit more exercise. Because why not? Am I right or am I right? Ooh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Ooh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 35, 36, 37, 38, 40. Hey, that may be true, Nightwolf, but I'll see it regardless. We go pretty far, even with my bad luck. Just saying. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15. I shall hydrate, dragon. I feel so accomplished this week, doing 2 costumes 2 weeks in a row, and then now exercising. Like, bruh. I think it was 12. 43. 110. I think it was 15. There we go. Yeah. I am thinking... We'll hold off on this. I'll make a decision in a bit. Once ads are over in now. Welcome back. Alright, I got the free money one. Rotated Hamza. Let's just grab that. Because it looks good. And we have the hands, which means our debt is higher than before. So it may be harder than it is usually. Alright. Let's see what this game has in store for us today. Nothing. Nothing. Cherries. It might be a fruit one. This might be a fruit round. They tried to do it last time. And plus 10 luck. Yeah. Okie dokie. Random dose of really freaking cool indie games. I found out that Void Pets is a really cool series. Really? Send me a link in Discord. In like the game. Wait. I'll leave it up to your discretion which group it should be in. Maybe Game Rex? Yeah, put it in Game Rex. Let's see here. We could put this as... We need to have at least 7. There we go. Because we could take that, but... For 2, I don't think it's worth. But this is cheap enough where I'm like... I want to kind of re-roll this to see, you know? Let's do you.
Let's go.
That's kind of interesting. Okay. Hey, game, can I get a... Oh, there are my 7s. Wow. There we go. Come on. Give me some good luck. That's something, I guess. Okay. It's early. I need to Let's see. There we go. That's ready to go. Yeah, let's... Ooh, yeah, let's go fruit. Shit. Ah, that one's good, but cat food is so good. Yeah, let's do a normal round, turn around, do that.
Let's go.
Yeah, definitely send that to me. I want to check it out. I think by now you kind of know, you know what I like. Hey, game, can I... Okay, well... Sure. There we go. That's something, I guess. Get cat food. Grab that. There we go. Don't grab that yet. Anything here that can help? Whenever 3 patterns trigger during a spin, raise all fruits by their base value permanently. Oh. Raise the 7 by its base value permanently every time it's the 7 Lucky Charms trigger. The 7 Lucky Charms trigger during 1 or more rounds, missing 7. Oh. Interesting. Book of Shadows. Increased 5% increase of seeing a 666. Whenever you see a 666, you gain 3 spins, then 2, then 1, then 0, then resets to 3. The game literally is like, listen, we know you see this all the time. 12% of the symbol to have that modifier. This is really good. I'm thinking this. Whenever a 3 triggers, it permanently increases that, and that the fact that it's common, but they're worth nothing. Okay, so something to talk about. Devil, we don't need that. Increase the value of pattern of 3 or less. Random Lucky Charm you have equipped. When a deadline ends to a random... So when a deadline ends, get +2. It might be that. Either of these are pretty good, so yeah, let's do that. And I give it to cat food. Perfect. I wasn't planning on getting rid of the cat food. I say, let's do a discount one. Let's grab this. Let's do a discount one, and then one normal to fill that up. We need 14. Okay, there we go. Perfect.
Let's go again.
Do you want to give me a synopsis what the shadow thing is about, Dragon? Is it just like a pet taking? Is it like a Tamagotchi kind of style kind of deal, but like different aesthetic? Okay. All right. Oh, look at all those 7s. 2 rounds left. Oh, I'm stupid. I'm dumb. There we go. It wouldn't have mattered, but still. I was like, only one? What do you mean? Basically, emotions of people are manifested through void into small, inky, bloppy creatures called void bats. Oh, that does sound very interesting. So I would love to see. I think I will check that out. Wow, that's really bad. What the hell is that nonsense? All right, you. Okay. Hopefully we get a better one. Can we get like a little more, if you don't mind?
Let's go again.
Gabe. Game. Game. Gabe. 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 Please. Gabe. Gabe. What is this? What is this? I had +5 luck on that last one and it gave me nothing. Put in the drawer. Put in the drawer. Put in the drawer. What do you mean there's already something in the drawer? No! That was the game messing me up. Restocking the store can help you find what you're looking for. You don't say. Are you in control? Never, dude. Hey, we got a horse. Why did we get the horse? Do you have anything to say to me, punk? Huh? I didn't think so. Alright, equip. Equip. Alright, what do we got? We got green pepper, which would be helpful. Golden lemon. Off the rip? Okay. I like their mental health app. Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, it sounds like they're really reaching out in different, like, kinds of media, so... The thing above is not a character. Yeah, I mean, I figured. But it's still kind of interesting, like, talk to me. My God. Let's do... I mean, we could do a ticket run now, finally, and hopefully not die. But running off of 2, let's do green pepper just to get some luck coming in. Because my luck has not been great. You never talked to your toys growing up? Looks like it's still going for fruit. We could try to do like a fruit this combo or something. Much more gotcha coded. Gotcha. Don't act surprised like it was like no child talked to their toys. They did. I think you just lack whimsy. We need 7. There we go. That is tempting. Okay, let's save up for that one. So we'll do a 2 spin there.
Let's go again.
Hey, and it rewards me. That was before I even knew about Toy Story, and I don't know, that is saying how old I am, but like, I talked to my toys before that was a whole thing. Let's do, boop, there we go. Let's see if I make it past the first round. Nope. Nope. Okay. Nope. Alright, I got a little bit of luck. There we go. There's something. Come on, come in. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's fine. Okay. Alright. I think that's enough. Take it for talking rubber duck. Yeah, it is. Well, then I feel like talking with your toys would have helped. Honestly, at this point, we need this. We're hurting. I shouldn't have picked up the thing. Oh, don't pick up this one, idealist. Triple the value of 7, double the value of okay, lemons and cherries. There we go. All right, what about y'all? Every time you score at least one powder of 4, the diamonds and the treasures triggered diamonds, so double diamonds here. 5% to your interest. Keeps the chance of manifesting the most valuable symbol to 0 in case of a time effects, and then +2 when deadline ends. Honestly? The most valuable? Yeah. Well, I mean, wait, hold on. Keeps the chance of manifesting the most valuable symbol to 0. Well, I'm going to keep on increasing these. So it would be good for now, but I think as soon as I increase this far enough, I wouldn't see them anymore. But as far as right now, it would just decrease that by like 7.5. So that is not... That's not it. That's not it, champ. Alright, so got that. There we go. And we need 14. There we go. Boom. And there we are. What do we got? Okay. Oh, this is gonna be rough, guys. I can really tell. Okay. Really, there's nothing. I guess I could try to do something like that. What was it? 14? Alright. Okay. Apparently. It's like the god of luck and the god of karma tend to it's like I did something. Or if I get cocky. It's either I get all the luck or none of the luck. It's usually one of the two, one or the other. Okay. All right. Well, no, that's right. That's fine, I guess. Okay. Okay. All right. And then we are deposit 1. Oh, from that. Gotcha. Okay. So I could do... No, we have to. We have to do the big one. We have to. We do not have the... well, I don't think it's going to matter from the looks of things. Yeah, I think this is it. Oh? Did I speak too soon? Did we barely make it? We barely made it with 5. Okay. Let's get it. I'm not going to take that. We're just going to look at the thing. First, let's look. Whenever you see a 666, fruit patterns will trigger an additional time until the end of the round. That's not bad. That's actually not bad. Make space for 2 more lucky charms. That's really good too. The hand was really good. Okay, so we need a lot of these clovers. So if you could give me some... That tomato is a stuff of nightmares. What do you mean? It seems like a friendly enough one. Double your coin set. Oh man, I wish it was the opposite. I wish it was the other way around. Apply a random trait to all charms in the store, then apply a devious trait to the random equipped item. Halves the base chance of diamonds permanently. Halves those chance is what we need. We need halving these chancing. That was a sentence. But at the same time, this has 1 left. I'm throwing this away for an extra one. Okay. So what we want... I like the tomato. Property certificate. Lucky charm triggering on a spin. Pretty much just that. But that one doesn't trigger a whole lot. And then it's like, nothing triggers or reset this bonus. So I want to... This one... I'm tempted to do something a little nutty with this one. So this is my mindset, right? There's nothing in these drawers. I have 2 left. I put 2 in my I put 2 in the drawers. I do this. Devious Threat doesn't get connected to any of them because nothing is equipped. Now all of these have extra effects tied to them. I'm doing it. Put in drawer. Put in drawer. Mystic trait. All these guys now have stuff. Equip. Equip. They're fine. Yes! Nothing. Book. Okay. Alright, so what do we got? Free restock every deadline. Every last picker triggers 1 more time. Oh. Make space for 2 more lucky charms. So, symbol multiplier +1, symbols multiplier +0. Wait. Oh, that's symbol because it adds 1 every time. Oh my god. Every deadline. I want all these. Which can help me now? This one is so good. This one is so good that it makes me want to just go without it, go for the 6, and then try to aim for the other 2. The problem is we have no money. The problem is we have no money. So... Let's do it. You gotta risk it for the biscuit. You know what they say. Cool, nothing. Cool, nothing. Alright. Good job. I'm glad I did that. That makes me full of happiness. Alright. I barely have enough for this. Honestly. We're gonna listen. Listen. We want it. We want it. We gotta earn it. We gotta earn it! If we want it, we gotta earn it! Let's go! Let's go! Never punished! Never punished! Never punished! Wow! Yeah! Bam! Now, we just need to do that one more time. Oh gosh, we need 28. Alright. Okay. Now, what we could do... Oh, free restock every deadline is so good, though. That one is so cool. But 2 more Lucky Charm spaces, we can't give that up. We can't give this one up. It, like, the rest of these are awesome. This makes room for getting these again. So I'm going to do a normal one because we only need 1 more for that, and then call it that. All right. Plus, we need money. Hey, Gabe. There we go. That's something. All right, come on, hand. You got this. Is that enough? Oh, thank God it was enough. I did not think it was going to be enough. We are barely skirting by again. We did it by 13. Skin of our teeth every time. Yeah, we got this, guys. We got this. What are we doing? More of those. Double the value of lemons and cherries. And diamonds. Okay. I think it's lemons, cherries. Interest increases by 15%. I know, right? Triggers randomly. That isn't random. That isn't random. You are also not random. So I'm tempted to do magical tomato, because then if we hit 666, we can recover quicker. Increasing interest by 15% may also be something that we are interested in. Let's double the value of cherries in lemons. Look at that. Look at that. Why is that one so much? I'm not going to question it. Yeah, what's up? What's up, Nightwolf? I mean, usually not, but if it happens in the beginning and then I double everything later, you know? Let's do it. Think I forgot something? What'd I forget? I did forget the house deed. I'll get the possessed tomato instead. I was so goated though. Why? What are you? Okay, Siren. It's fine. It's not fine, but it's fine enough, I guess. Alright. Let's do a spin. Okay, hold on. Let's see here. Is there anything here that I want? This one I can potentially grab. Alright. It's fine. Wait, what? Did I hit the wrong one? Did I blank out? Oh, I didn't have enough money. Oh, okay. I was wondering. I was like, what? I was very confused. Yeah, I was just very, very confused. All right, we'll get that one next round. It's fine. It's not fine, but what are you gonna do, right? Okay. Nothing. Okay. There we go. There we are. There we are. There we are. Anything else? Well, there's 7s, but we don't want 7s. We want fruits. Why are we having difficulty getting fruits? The hand gave us bells. Unfortunate. Well, 42. We need 1,000. All right. That should at least help us get there. All right. Skin of our teeth again. Let's do it. Okay. Okay. Oh. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay. Okay, can you... Okay, give me fruit. Let me point you to the board, yeah? Let me point you to this board. You see how it's mostly these? And how I'm moving towards mostly these? This is what I want you to do, okay? I don't know if you knew this, but this is where I want you to focus, right here. Specifically here. If you look at this, if I had a laser pointer, I would use it. Right here is where you see the ghost, okay? All right, hand. I believe in you. Let's go! We did it. To 130 left. Nothing over there that I want. All right. Okay. The fact that it's like just barely every time is wild. Oh, lemons are happening more often. Love that. 3% of your interest to your lucky charm you have equipped. Gambler trick, get one free restock to a randomly you have equipped. We need more lemons. We need more lemons. All right, what do we got going on? 3% gold to be applied to any symbol. Races for everything skipped. Oh, triggers randomly. At the end of each round, chance to restoring a charge to all equipped lucky charms triggerable with the red button. Man, that would have been really cool to have like last time when we had the 7. This roller coaster is not fun. Ooh, fake coin. Fake coin is very good. That's the shadow one. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna go ahead. We're gonna hold on. Let me see. It's at 19. If we do this, it's at 28. So 1 is double. Or base double. So 1 is 28. The second one is 19 plus 28, which is 47 or so. So it's a base doubling. Okay. You're good to me. I trust you. Okay. Let's do it. All right. Let's go. Life gives you lemons, becomes a billionaire. When life gives you lemons, corner the lemon market and become a monopoly billionaire. Okay, come on. Ooh. All right, well, that's something. Listen, I'm gonna need you to give me some lemons for this lemonade, if you do not mind. Hand. Why? Okay. Okay. Is there anything here that could help me more? None of these were gonna help me. That one, maybe. Okay. Well, when we're here, wait. This one is the one that's possessed by Kitty 666? Wait a minute. When I put these away, it went on here. Oh no. I didn't know that. Okay, well, I thought I was being all super smart about it. Alright. Let's go. Yay, cherries. That's what I want. There's some lemons. Oh, we got a man. Don't you love it when you win a man? Well, we're gonna need that doubling in about a second. Let's hope we hit that a few times. Oh, okay, cool. Not a single fruit in sight. Okay, that's... I mean, that's good. That's good. I'm glad. But at the same time, I need a... Do you mind? Alright, there we go. There's some fruit. There's some fruit. I'm glad. Why are you trying to give me a heart attack with the 6s? Okay, okay, okay. Alright. Oh. Why did our thing give us 2 spins? There's the hand. Ooh, that double hand trigger because of the extra turn on the last turn. Let's go. What is with my luck, though? It really is all or nothing. Like, that was an insane round. But we're still, like, so behind because... we're still so behind. With only 2, I could redo that. No, I believe in us. I believe. I believe. Can't win ultimate luck. You know me. Where I'm going, I don't need luck. Game, please. What was like granola bars? Oh, thanks. Yeah, that's great. Hey, give me some fruit. Come on. Okay, please. We need like 9,000 more. All right, we need this to be a hit. All right, hand. It's all up to you. Go! Blessing hand! Get it in the thing! Get it in the thing! Put it in the drawer! Put it in the drawer! You, put it in the drawer! All of you, go in the drawer! Hurry! I'm taking this money with me. You're not getting this. You're not getting my money. That's fine. That's fine. We're good. We're talking early deadlines. It's cheaper. Spin some coins. Oh, I'm gonna. All right. Okay. Same dealio. Oh, okay. Make some take some space. All right, well. We got hand again. Hand. Honestly. Red pepper. Let's go. Well, we're starting off real well. Let's see which god graces us today. What do you mean, why was it all corpses? Why not? Is that not what's in your drawers? Wow, I don't even want to imagine what's in your drawers then. If it's not corpses, then I don't even know. Look at all these lemons. Where were you last time? Where were you when I needed you? Snack, but like... basically, so the way this works is when I put things in the drawer and then die, when the next round, those items become bodies. That's what it is. So that's why I put them in the drawers before I leave, so then I can take them out right here, but each one of these that I have increase my debt. So I am making it harder on myself, but I'm doing it because I think something happens for doing all of it. And plus, there's a skull, there's an item that you can get that makes it so that the next round they start with the items. So I'm looking at that. I'm tempted to get this one. It's not good now, but I think I would want this later. That's an investment. Just keeping an eye on. Making sure that I don't. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Since we're good, let's do just lower spins. Is Mama Dota's beak closed, or is it only half the beak that's laying on metal? I'll let you use your imagination on that. Ooh, this is a double luck. Cherries. Interesting. Thanks. Thanks. Appreciate it. Looking at the cherries being the least amount of thing that I could possibly give for that. Thanks. Let's do you. Let's do more tickets. Yep. Tired about this trying to consume the slot machine. It's just nibbling on it. Let's go. Bells. There we go. Now we are nice and prepped for next round. Okay. And we can resupply here as well. Ooh. Triggered by button. Cherries manifest more often for the rest of the current deadline. That's pretty good. The fact that that one has lips on it is really, really funny. At the end of every deadline, earn 1 for every 3 you own. Ooh, CloverPit. This bonus grows by... This one's really good as well. I'm thinking about doing this into this. Alright, what do you got for me? Diamonds manifest more often. Treasures manifest more often. Increase the value of patterns by 3 less values. This one feels like not impactful, but I think I'm gonna go for cherries with this. Gotta be honest. Alright. Alright. Cherries. And then grab you. 14. Okay, perfect. Okay, so now we're gonna do you, and then I'm gonna hit the button. Cool. Well, good thing that that was so full of cherries. What's our cherry situation? 35%? Uh-huh. You don't say. Weren't you also supposed to trigger every 40? Oh, at the end of each round. Not the every spin. Got you. Okay. Okay, well, we got lemons, I guess. And we didn't get the proc either. Okay, that's fine. Sure. Yeah, we need 14. Okay. I'll hold off. Let's do, since we're essentially there, we'll do this. Oh, look at all those cherries. Beautiful. A little gold for my opinion, but you know, who am I to complain, am I right? There they are. They were just like they were getting in the same car. One of them was carpooling. You know, it was like a whole thing. Still no charge, huh? Still no charge, huh? Yeah, you were charging just fine when I didn't have anything. Interesting. Interesting. All right. Make sure I don't accidentally do it. Okay, so none of these. This one is pretty good. Let's do you. This one would have been pretty solid. Let's see here. Bell. Every time you score at least 1 pattern or 4, make that one better. Ooh, Holy Bible. We'll do another Holy Bible. All right. I don't think there's gonna be any of them that I could afford after that. Another 3 spin. Especially with the hand, it makes the 3 spin more beneficial. Reroll for free stuff. I don't think, well, the free stuff is very rare. Double luck. Not a cherry, but I'll take it. Oh. There we go. All right, all that. So that's fully charged. That's ready to go. Yeah, let's just look. Perfect. We need you. Unfortunately, we'll do one more. Every 7 spins, 7 luck. Oh, that would have been so good. All patterns with non-yellow symbols will trigger an additional time. So all the cherries would have done twice. It's fine. We'll take the record, though. Yeah, we'll take the record. Now I'll just swipe that and boop. Now we're at 666 node. Now oh. Start of every deadline. It's every deadline. You don't say. All right, we got Tarot deck that whenever it increases by 1 every trigger, but when nothing triggers. So that one is pretty good at charging this. This has 4 left, so I'm not going to sell. Okay. Ooh, a +3 to my interest. Last 3 deadlines, then discard this. Okay, so I need to take this out before the deadline's over. Then, at the end of each deadline, it gives as many... Okay. Perfect. So we'll leave that as it is now. We'll probably get rid of this, throw that out, and then throw it back in. Yeah, and then this one we'll just have out at the right now. But what about this? What do we have? Treasure, lemon. Do I want... Well, we are kind of rocking fruit right now. They're still only worth 4. It's wild. Halves the based chances. Okay, so we can do that. Apply a random trait to all charms in the store, then apply to a random equipped charm. Is there a whole lot here that I was gonna buy? I was gonna buy like that one, but that was about it. Double your Clover tickets. Coin set to 0. My Clover tickets is 0. But I guess what I could do is do a 2-fer, clock that 2-fer, spend all my money, get that, etc., then grab that. Yeah, let's do that. So yoip, 28. There we go. Then boop. More cherries. You gotta risk it for said biscuit. Oh. Look at all these fruits. They're finally starting to be worth something. But starting being the key word here. Oh. Oh, oh. Hey, 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 hey. We got a star. Whatever. Why was it playing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star at me? That was ominous. Me being triggered by Dead Space trailer. All right, so now, uh-oh. Shit. I also did the top one instead of the bottom one. Okay. So I think we're just gonna do this. We're gonna do this one, and then we're gonna go to the bottom twice. And then we're going to swipe this. Make sure we don't go over. Perfect. And then we're going to go under.
Let's go gambling.
Twinkle Twinkle really is coming down, right? Let's go! Don't even. Ah, there it goes. I was gonna sell that in a second. Ooh, yeah, 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 yeah. There is my cherries. Let's go, cherries. Boop. Hee hee ho ho. All right, so now we're keeping that for now. Okay, so let's actually take this out for right now. This one we'll take out at the end. We'll put that back, take that out, sell something here, I think. Probably. Okay. And boop. Let's hope we get a charge on this so that we will be able to do it again next round. At the same time as the other one. There we go. Ooh. 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 Okay. 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 Nothing. Alright, well, there goes all my bonuses. Okay. And then, finally, hand. Hand, what the fuck? Alright. Cherry is up and going. So now, what we're going to do is we are going to put this... We're actually going to toss this. Then we're going to have you. So that's ready to go. We're going to put you in the drawer. We're going to take you out of the drawer. And then we're going to end with this out and then switch them back. And then, whoop. Congratulations again, but you never have enough, am I right? Now you need to reach the amount of 25. It seems like you have enough coins to meet the new deadline. I want to make a deal. Uh-oh. If you're interested, depositing some coins before starting the slot machine. One second. So that's out. We do need to get rid of something. Let's hear the deal first. Alright, here's the deal. Well, sorry, I didn't read that enough. Sorry, Nightbolt. If you immediately deposit all coins needed for the deadline, I'll give you 1 memory pack. What's a memory pack? Oh, now Mama Dodo's blocking the other side, huh? F it, we're gonna have her be on the other side. Because why not? Alright, no, we're gonna have her, no. Where is she? Flip horizontal. There we go. Memory pack, ooh. Okay. Immediately deposit all coins needed for the downtime. I'll give you 1 memory pack. I feel like that's something that I kind of want. Okay. I want to give it a shot. So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to just do it just to see what happens. I'll accept. That's the spirit. Oh. I thought he would at least let me answer the phone and, like, go to the shop before. Like, it meant that I couldn't, like, go and gamble, right? Alright, here's your memory pack. Inspect the cards. Select the cards to reveal them. Okay. For the rest of the run, plus interest at the end of every deadline, max 16, you'll earn coins from the interest only when the deadline ends. Interesting. For the rest of the run, all charms in the store have a random trait, those compatible, and you begin the run with 4. For the rest of the run, you keep all those forever? Or just for this run? For the rest of the run, whenever a deadline ends, add a devious trait to a random charm on the table. Then apply a random trait to a random chart inside the drawer. Not this one. I like this one. The rest of the run, 2% interest at the end of every deadline. but it's only when the deadline ends that you get the interest. So basically, beginning the next round, you get like a substantial interest. And we're early enough that it kind of works. You don't choose one? Are you sure? Well, let's do this one and see what... Oh, yeah, you're right. You are absolutely correct. You'll be able to activate memory cards at the beginning of every run. Oh, you need to reach... Gotcha. Okay. Well, that's something. All right, let's hear this first. Is there something you want to talk about? Cherries manifest more. Okay. Double jackpots. Restore all charges. Okay, cherries manifest more. Yeah. We'll do cherries manifest more. Sweet. This one... So green pepper got put in here now. What were you again? Every sin spins, get 7 luck. Honestly, that's good and all, but oh, right. We didn't get the thing. We could do a clover pot situation and just have that gain stuff for us. Okay, I think that's what I might do. Okay, so let's get rid of you. Throw away. Then we're going to take you out. Equip. You have 1 left, so even if you're stuck in the drawer, I'm fine with it. And then you. Okay. So now it's gonna double. Aspects of this watch. I mean, it's good. It's good that you have that. At 30% to your interest. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and grab this. We're going to put this away. And then, honestly, we're going to throw you away to save room. And we're also going to throw you away. That way, let's do it. And then we hit this. Lemons and cherries are up. Lovely. Okay, cool. Nothing. There we go. That's something, I guess. Okay. I like we could just have this here, like... Oh, wait. Okay, this active, no effects, play normally. 2% at the end of every deadline. Devious trait, all charms, and the store will have a random trait. You'll begin with run with 4. Back. Okay. Alright, gotcha. So because I can't go back and just do it now. Got it. Look at all these lemons! Okay. Okay, we have 18 now, which is good. So it's, what was it? It was every, what, 3? Every 3. So I'll be able to get up to 21 by the time this is done. Lemons are, well, they haven't given me love yet, but we're working on it. We're not going to spend any more, but we are going to look out for the one where it like increases our stuff based on how many clovers we have. So that's what we're doing. I know, right? He got summoned. Okay, let's put... There we go. Now, let's go, Gambler! Ooh, okay. Okay. Hey, can we have a little bit something more than what we're getting? Oh, okay. I didn't want it anyway. There we go. Here we are. It's a little better now. There we go. Having my baby sister scream so you know it's good to watch a stream. I'm sorry you're going through that, but I'm glad you're here. Hopefully I can kind of numb the pain a bit. All right. Okay. Well, we need to make $10,000. That's all. That one isn't gonna do us any good. I really wish you procced once. Interesting. This build was fruits, but not gonna lie, it hasn't been kind to us. Oh, there's a win? There's a win in this? Is the win getting $156 billion, or is it further? Because we haven't gotten 156. That is true. Alright, let's do this. And let's go! I mean, I bet it went further. I just didn't think there was an end to it. I assumed it would just keep going forever. Or essentially forever. Okay. Okay. Oh. Yeah! Let's go! Go! That was a jackpot of cherries and it was 1,000? Damn, that's pretty good. Well. Yep. Get it! Get out of the drawer! Get out of the drawer! Get out of the drawer! All of you get out of the drawer! This is my money. You can't have it. Give me the key! Give me the key! Oh! 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 We got the memory card though. That's what matters. Okay. I want to do one more round, even though it's 5 o'clock. Let's do the interest. Did it bring anything in? All right. Equip. Equip. All right. 2 for 4. Easy peasy. Raise the 7x7 permanently every time 7 lucky charms trigger during one. 7 lucky charms trigger during one or more. That one's really good. I'm tempted to do nuclear option. Let's do red pepper for now, and let's get nuclear option later. Yeah, that's where I'm at with it. This game is really fun. I've been having a blast with it. And time has flown by. No joke, we might play this again tomorrow. It's like Sunday chill day. Wait, why didn't I get... Oh, right, only at the end. Oh. Oh, okay. I get it now. I pretty much see most of the game. Got it. Okay. There we go. Grab you. Yeah, this is chill. Right? Ooh. Wow, that's wild. Come on, I need... Okay, Pepper, I need you to work with me here. It is Balatro-esque. Okay. Alright. No joke. We might die immediately. Alright. Is this gonna be another close call? Another one? Please, no. Okay. Alright. Okay, I think we're okay now. I think that put us over the edge. Pepper came in a little bit there. It's been a little disappointing, but that one might have been it. Okay. Pepper's doing decent work. We're not doing fruit again. Or at the very least, not cherries. Okay. So now, deadline is now. How about another deadline? Okay, leave that there. Let's get this. Lucky Charms at the store discounted by 2 until the next restock. Lemons manifest more often. Increase the value. We could do lemon. We were talking about how good lemon is. Let's see, what do we got here? Every 7 spins, you'll see this pattern zig and zag. Really? It guarantees that, huh? Whenever you see a 666, triple the value of diamonds, treasure, sevens until the end of the round. Okay. Chance of clovers. We haven't done a clover round yet. Was there anything here for clovers? Lucky Charms, it's discounted by 2. Because if it's discounted by 2, at the very least, 3 would be free and 1 would be 1. So we could at least get all these. But then, because right now we don't really have any influence. We don't have any charge. So I'm going to say discount.
Hey.
And then that. That's what we're rocking right now at the very least. Okay. Now, let's see what this gets us. Okay, nothing. A single cherry. All right. Oh, you spoiled me with a 7. All right. Okay. Guys, we might be in trouble. We might be. There we go. That record kind of came in clutch there. Okay, 14. All right, there we go. And let's do it again. So the record goes off at every long spin. So it's a very rewarding for doing the most spins as possible for the record. And it guarantees at least a crisscross, applesauce, give a dog a bone at the end of it. Interesting. Okay. Well, the record seems to be doing a good job. The clover, I haven't seen anything, but we haven't upped any of the clover stuff. So we'll see which direction we want to go, and then we'll sell things accordingly. Again, 14. There we go. So we just need 40. I say just, but it's been, oh! There's my 7s. Y'all remember the 7 run? That was great. Did you hear about our Lord and Savior, the Holy Pipe? Sure, as long as it's not an innuendo. Oh, you spoil me with 4 golds from cherries. What do we got? There we are. Look at all those lemons. Maybe I should have gone lemons. It's liking lemons a lot. Alright, let's see here. So now, honestly, with this being as cheap as it is, we can make that happen. Let's look. Ooh, cat food. Cat food's really good. Lucky Charm triggers. That one's okay. Luck for the last spin of the round. The hand is really good too. I'm tied between cat food. 2 more rounds. Get out of here. Cat food. All right. With that, I think that's good enough at least. Now the 6 of 6 is out. We get a whole bunch of that. All right, what do you got for me? Double your coins, set your tickets to 0. We only have 1. That's good. Double your tickets, get your coins to 0. Make 2 of your free, set your tickets to 0. Well, every 7 spiders will repeat 1 more time. Interestingly enough, if we do disc A with disc C here, it will double the zigzag. So the discs seem to be pretty good. That's interesting. If so, I hope you Steel Pipe blesses your game. I hope so too. There's the bell button. We still have the bell guy. Speaking of which, let's put you in a drawer. Let's put him in the drawer. What about this die? Restock the store for free at the end of every round? I get to re-roll the store every round? That's goated. 3% to your interest, grants 7 luck for the last round. That's also really good. These are all very, very good. Honestly, this make 2 of these free. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna buy this, then set 2 of these free. Set my thing to 0. It was already at 0. Boom. Boom. You throw away. And then boom. Hell yeah. No, I'm pretty sure restock is this button. So when I'm done with the round, I turn around, hit a free restock. Yeah, we will. Okay, so you are there, but we don't need you right now. We have double this. They're both at 7, so they're both ready to go. Yeah. Let's 28. We'll just throw in. There we go. Boom. And let's go, Gablin! Okay. Okay. So bad. I hope you have a good one. Yeah, thanks. I hope you have a good stream as well. Best of luck with your spending time with your family. Listen to earplugs if you can. Listen to a podcast or listen to some music. I highly recommend. But thanks for stopping by. Wonderful having you. Oh, well, there goes our guy. Hi. Oh. There we go. There we go. Okay, the discs do play really well with each other. If we can get that going. If we can get that going. Honestly, our hand is kind of messing up with our discs, because not our hand, sorry, cat food is, because otherwise this would happen the same time as this, which would happen at the same time as this. So the last round would be high luck, double hit, double that. Cat food, I think, ruins it. We won't switch it now because it's still off, but like when we get it back to 7, I'm really thinking. I'm really thinking. Oh shit. Okay. So it does auto reroll, interestingly enough. That's good to know. The symbol's to the most valued symbol. To 7s? I don't know what we're rocking with, to be honest. We still haven't saved up enough for that. Well, let's get the skull. Honestly, I really do love that. That was not an easy decision for me to make. We're at 6-6. We do have the 6-6 going. There's the Holy Bible. Pinnacle's really good, but it's one of those ones where in the early game it isn't enough. The early game, the Pinnacle doesn't do enough. Painkillers is really good, but only when we have like a specific thing, and we don't have anything. Unfortunately, we just don't. The only thing we have going for us is a double whammy in there that we're going to have to reset once this gets back to 7. We're just going to have to get rid of cat food. It's an anti-synergy. How many do we have? We have 2 more. All right. If it's 2 more, it's the end of each round, so we wouldn't see these again. So let's just do it again. Let's throw. There we go. Let's do it again. And oh, don't you dare. And here's the double. Double lemons. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Okay. Okay. Alright, that's re-rolled. Alright, what do we got here? We got Onk. When you're about to die, you get 2 extra rounds, then discard this item. That's really good. 1 for every 15 you own. Turn to change the symbol to have the chain modifier. I'm getting Lost Wallet vibes from this, guys. We just really go for the greens, and then this will just keep on going higher and higher and higher. And we just aim for that. So I'm gonna hold off. Okay. This, we have 1 more. Unfortunate, but I don't know if we are gonna make it. Not gonna lie. Our luck has not been great. Get the Onk. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, we'll put this in the drawer. Yeah. Especially, we're not gonna make it, so let's go ahead and just, Giz, you are absolutely right. There we go. Those discs really do play well with each other, which I think is by design. Well, of course it's by design. The whole game is by design. Idealist. Don't you dare. That, okay, I thought that was the hand. I was like, the hand gave me a 6/6? Put in the drawer. Just take me. Oh, right. I forgot I had that. Well, get out of here. I guess get you out here too. All right, what were you? You 35% chance for any lemon to have the scoring a symbol with this modifier earns you half of your current interest. Oh, damn. That's goated. The fuck? Alright, are you back at 7? No, you're at 1. So I need to do it. Can I, like, reset y'all? Of course not. So that's 3 plus 2 spins. Oh, right, because I have no money. Okay. So every 7 spins, missing spins 1. So that means I'm trying to do the math here. So it's 1, 2, bam. Why did you have to mess things up? I don't know if this is 1 and so the next one it does it, but then, or if it's 2 to get back to 7. You get what I'm saying? Damn it, man. So that's 5. I guess I should just do it. At this point, I just need money. And then y'all have nothing, and then this is lemon. We want that, but what would I replace? I would probably put that away. It takes 1 to trigger it. What happens if you use tickets? Do you just die? No. Why would I die from tickets? If you have no money on it. Oh, no, they give you 1 free one. So I'm thinking if it's just 1 and then you're good, I'm going to do something insanely risky. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do 1 spin. Get it back. Then the records in the hand, that's if this is correct. If I am not correct in this and it needed 2 instead of 1, I'm just dead on the ground. So, but this is a good learning experience / gamble, and we be gambling.
Let's go gamble.
Okay. Okay. All right. Now. 6 out of 7. That stays in there. Quit. None of these I need, so that's gonna stay there. What we're gonna do, this one, it feels bad. I really like that cat food, I really do. Don't take that out of context. Alright, now. Oh, because these don't, I'm not getting interest at the end, like, I might as well not be putting it in there. Okay, so now, 7 spins. Let's go gambling. Good start. Good second. Good third. Good fourth. Good fifth. Excellent sixth. Good thing we only needed what, 100? All right. This is what we're banking on. The last round. Well, that's it. Get in there. Alright. The 2 records are in there. Just take me. This was an uphill battle the entire time. This was an uphill battle the whole time, baby. Alright. Okay. I think that is enough. Granted, I want to keep playing. Don't get me wrong. I want to keep playing. So, smart decisions tomorrow after we hang out for a bit. We might be playing this again. We'll see. But, you know, we'll play it by ear. So thank you all for joining me here today. Hopefully you liked Mama Dodo's new costume. I really thought it came out pretty well. And then I'll also tell y'all tomorrow why I decided to shelve the interaction that I had planned for today as well. So look forward to that. So thank you all for joining me. I hope you all have a wonderful day, a wonderful evening, and I will see y'all next time. All right, take care. See ya.